reasons as to why he was debanked, and he got the letter which explained the reasons. And he went public with that information, and it's because, at least they're telling Farage, it's not about, meeting the account threshold, and you didn't meet that threshold, so we're canceling your account. It was for political and social issues. His friendship with Trump, his friendship with Novak Djokovic, his stance on or comments that he's made about the LGBTQ community, videos that he's posted on social media. I mean, stuff like that is the reason that he was debanked.
Hey,
What's going on there?
I didn't see you guys. This says 2 people.
Well, it is very scary stuff, and it's a very sordid and ugly affair.
I'd come on for 2. I'd come on for 2. So today I'll try to look at your questions first rather than last, because yesterday and then at the end the day before I just kind of went my own way. So I'll try to, let me see if I can move this over. No, this way. Boss with sauce. Got to figure out. It centers me, so your comments, once they go up to a certain level, they're hard for me to read. But I'll do my best. Okay, so fingers 402 to 404 at 2:30 in the afternoon. My guess is we can finish this up by 4 o'clock, 4:30 today, and just go enjoy our weekend. Let's see what everything's saying. AMC 2.0? I don't know, Grizz. I wasn't in AMC 1.0. I can't tell if it's 2.0. My guess is you're either here as a real investor or you're just fudding. If you're fudding, I think the main difference between AMC and Finger is that AMC went to, I get them confused, it went to 80 or something. Finger hasn't done that yet. So that's the main difference I see. So if you want to compare them, my suggestion is if you feel it's the same as AMC and it's going to go back and forth, you should know, Grizz, I'm not a diamond hands. My suggestion to you is sell Finger. I can't give you specific advice. Sell Finger for you, Grievance, or whatever your name is. Sell Finger and go back to AMC. You seem to be fascinated with AMC. Hey Vince, Ham had a grand baby either last night or this morning, so he won't be coming on. So that'll drop my numbers back down to 2. I'm here just for the people that are it's painful, however small the audience. Yesterday, and I'm not happy that I'm correct, but for those of you who were on yesterday, my number for today was $4, and that's where it is. Why is it at $4? It's at $4 because there's 2 theys. They are the criminals, and one would argue that the manipulation in the option markets, which have no supervision really. Remember, Bill Clinton signed and argued that the markets can regulate themselves. Because what banker in their sane mind would put the entire system at risk? Bill Clinton, I think, will go down in history if this all collapses as one of the triggers. It's a shame. I mean, I guess he played the saxophone and he vanquished Reagan for a while. Anyway, there's 2 theys. One is the shorts and the criminals. The other is the options players. The best way to get rid of premiums, to take premiums from everybody, is to close it at $4 today, or slightly under. That's manipulation. Again, do I have to say it? The SEC does not care about that. There's just too much money being made. We have put the fox in charge of the hen house. And the fox is a dirty old egg-sucking hound. The other is the shorts, of course. And they had a lot of exposure if this gamma squeezed, or if there was pressure from the options side to buy shares. So they're not really working probably directly in, using burner phones and coordinating, but those two theys have the same goal, $4, under $4. It's not going to last. I mean, it's not AMC. But if you feel like it's AMC, Finger is up from $1.44 to $4. I think Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, you'll see higher prices, but maybe not. I'm almost certain you'll see much higher prices in August and or September. So if you don't want to wait that long and you feel like it's AMC 2.0, just get out. I'm not interested in being buried in a stock, diamond hands, we're going to win, we're going to take on the system's going to collapse because we're diamond hands. I'm not interested in that. What I am interested in is seeing if we can get a trade here that can allow you to pay off your credit cards, can allow you to send your daughter to Europe for a year, that can allow you to buy that new home you're looking at, that can allow you to buy an apple orchid. That's what I'm trying to see if you can do. I'm not here to be the big loser fighting Ken Griffin, Stevie Cohen, and diamond hands. I'm not here for that. Bought more GTII. I think that's good. I don't know what's going to trigger GTII, say next week or the week after that, but there are multiple items that could just explode GTII to the upside. Based on what Ham posted on Twitter yesterday, I would have to move to the front of the line the possibility that the Department of Justice and the FBI frog walk Kurt and Seth Kramer out of their offices, unless they're in Tel Aviv, or frog walk Charlie Mayo out of his white fetish garage, talking about his cars, unless he's in Caracas, or get some of the other marginal players in the boiler room. But I think the FBI would have to be at the top of the list as a trigger for GTII. Well, they need to close just one. You're right, Dave. I think, and by the way, Dave, that's not in their control. The Trento mine deal is not, closing that is not, they signed it. They're not backing out. That's not in their control. The water deal, they signed it. How it goes from here, I suppose there could be some negotiation, but it's not. There's no question that they want to move forward with the water deal. I don't know any other deals out there that they have pending. Can't write a better script than this gamma ramp. Well, that could be. I have to admit to you a minor gap in my understanding of how a gamma squeeze occurs. As I've said to you, and maybe it's happening now, we're going to 410. I will tell you I bought 6 of the July 5 calls today. No, I think I bought 6 of the July 6s, or 5 of the, anyway, one of them I bought for 5 cents. It could squeeze back up. You're absolutely right. But what I understand about stocks, it becomes a positive feedback loop. If the call premiums go up, big buyers come in to buy the stock, which drives the stock price up. They're selling the calls, but as the price of the stock's going up, punters are buying more calls, and it becomes a positive feedback loop. If that's all a gamma squeeze is, I understand that. But if there's more to a gamma squeeze, which involves that the shorts have to go buy shares because the options are in the money and the options are running, and then they have to be able to deliver them, and somehow they're in cahoots with the options exchange. I'm not quite sure how the link goes. So here we are at $4.11. So the question becomes, this is Finger, is it going to run up and get a bunch of people buying the July calls, and then they're going to drive it back down? Or could this get out of control for the bad guys? Could there be buyers at the end of the day, just like Mr. Photographic just said, maybe they'll get a gamma squeeze set up here. Hey, Rich, Wolf, do I think reverse trend and get back to 10? I think August could be when the stock squeezes. I'll give you my rationale. Let me give you the negatives first. In my experience, August is a dead month on the markets worldwide. Because everyone goes on vacation, big money, they're out in Monte Carlo or whatever. But a friend of mine pointed out, and I put it up on Twitter, that HKD ran in August. So there's a flip side to that argument. The flip side is, what a perfect time to buy the stock and see a squeeze happen, because everyone's out in the Hamptons. But I think in August you could see the stock still have the potential for a squeeze, simply because somebody's been buying the stock. It hasn't been we. Somebody has been buying in volume, and I don't expect that to quit. So there is a number. I don't know what it is. Is it $6? Is it $9? Is it $15? Is it $21? Where the Lind partners and all of their associates and/or who have been selling, now it looks like 160 million shares that do not exist, can't carry the position anymore. And you're going to say, well, why would they buy it in? They won't. Why would they put up money? They won't. And if there's money offshore doing it, they're not going to bring the money that's offshore back in. Their whole goal is to take hundreds of billions, if not trillions of dollars out of the United States without paying taxes. They're not going to send it back in. So if the trade gets upside down enough for them, and I would say it already is, but I don't know what the number is. The prime brokers will just buy in the stock, and they being the criminals, will walk away from the trades, and there'll be multi-billion-dollar losses. The money will come first from the money that's in the prime brokers' accounts on behalf of the criminals, the maintenance requirements. Then it'll probably come from any agreements that the criminals have with some sort of collateral. And perhaps There'll have to be some money that is put in by the prime broker above and beyond. But then it goes to the Darth Vader of Wall Street, the DTCC. It's about to break VWAP now. That'd be interesting. All right, so Mr. Photographic, once we cross the $4.50 gamma squeeze, that would be great. Laughing my effing ass off, Josh Moody. Okay, thank you for that. That's a heck of a picture. If these deals are not in their control and the stick is in the shorts control, what is? I don't know if it's not in their control. Look, Dave M., nothing has changed. Jeff Easton and Philip Vallier were referred Finger by Benchmark Capital. Jeff Easton, Philip Vallier have an attorney somewhere that writes up a legal document. They promise $4 million. They start selling the stock down before it's signed. During it, they talk about what a great company it is. Once it's signed, they destroy the company. Finger was upgraded to the NASDAQ. It went to $9. And the Lynn Partners et al. Sold 95 million shares in about 10 trading days. 95 million. It's the same thing. So if your concern is the shorts are in control, you must have skipped the beginning of the story. Lynn Partners, Power Up Lending, Yorkville Advisors, all counterfeit shares with the blessing of Gary Gensler, Goldman Sachs, the big pools, BlackRock, Citadel, SAC. They're all in on it. They're big. They are in control. When they can sell counterfeit shares in the hundreds of millions of shares and there is no enforcement of the rules, they are in control. But what happens when they lose control? What are the ingredients that can make them lose control? One, the company can say, you know what? I'm getting rid of this toxic convertible note. Let's hire Wes Christian and get rid of it. Let's offer to buy back the entire note plus penalties. And they did. And Lynn Partners squealed like a pig. We're not going to do it. So they hired Wes Christian. They got rid of that note. So there is no further possible dilution, and there is no further stack of shares to provide cover for the counterfeiters. That's number one, the company did that. But you say they're still selling. Yes, they are. They're doing it without fear because there is no enforcement. If you expect a different story, I would go bet on the Greyhounds or the ponies. That is the situation. But what else can happen that catches out the shorts? Fundamentals can explode to such an extent that it can overwhelm their ability to carry the short positions. Now, the shorts are either longs marked wrong, real shorts, or counterfeits. It's not for free. They have to maintain tens of millions of dollars, if not more, hundreds in their accounts. In my estimate, at Finger, when it was 7, they were down $600 million. The prime broker cooperates because this daisy chain makes money for Goldman Sachs, makes money for the prime brokers. It guarantees a lush job for Gary Gensler when he retires. But Dave, that's the situ. That is the situ. It's not, there's no magic wand. But if Finger gets rid of it, the toxic, which they did, if Finger's gotten rid of benchmark, and we'll find out if they have, and if Finger is now being purchased by whales, and I'm not going to go through all the story again, but Finger has 3 or 4 virgin markets tied to InsurTech and tied to telecoms, virgin, into the largest single economy in the world, into 1.6 billion phones. Fundamentals will catch out these shorts. Will it do it today? No. All the premiums are gone today. They're all gone today. So how can we make money? Well, if they're always in control, we can't. So don't play in it. But the way we can make money is when all of a sudden revenue is growing at a clip they can't keep up with the buying of the stock, when it goes profitable this year, when news comes out, and when institutions start buying, if they do, when there's research, momentum can catch them out. So when they're losing, when Jefferies, when other prime brokers are losing, exposure in those accounts are $100 million down, they will buy back the stock. And they'll do it all at once. And then the shorts have no control. But that hasn't happened yet. So yes, these deals are in the control of the shorts right now. So if you believe it's never going to change, it doesn't make sense to own these stocks. I believe in the case of Finger, the stock has gone from $1.44. The VWAP on all their trades, the squeeze point, is something over $5. Everything they've sold in the last month or so, on average, they're underwater on average. And this is a desperate attempt to keep the stock down on option day, to prevent some sort of option cause squeeze, to take premiums away from us, to get us frustrated so we say we don't want to be in the stock and we go away. But guess what? The sad thing is, even if we picked up our ball and went home and we said, screw this, we're not big enough to have an impact on what's coming next for Finger Motion. It is blatantly clear the price will hover around 4, then they will smash it down the last 30 minutes before the close. Yeah, I think Millennial $4 wipes out the most call options and wipes out the most premium. But we give a lot of power to, is 2 groups. One is the option, in my opinion. One is the options traders and the other is the shorts. And they are facing a new who is a buyer in the stock. And there may be one more new buyers in the stock. And it's not us that's doing it. Volume about to come in, buy amount to get smashed. Well, it is possible that they will try to because there's a battle going on in the option pits too, but they may try to close this at $5. They may run it to 6 or 7, believe it or not, and then close it down at 5. Try to get one last FOMO out of it. But I happen to agree with Millennial that $4 is the most likely close. But all of the talk of squeezes just does that. It encourages fence swinging. Science rules, that's why I'm in Finger. I would like to own Finger as a core investment, but right now I'm in Finger because I'm swinging for the fence. It is one of two stocks that Ham thinks can give life-changing rewards. That's what I mean. You can invest in the Vanguard funds and get 5, 6, 7% if you want, and that's a great way, particularly if you're young. That will compound very nicely. You can invest in real estate. You can invest in your own businesses. You can do online income. You can pick up a hobby. You can dumpster dive and sell goods online. There's plenty of ways to make money in this world. But the reason to own Finger Motion, the reason to own GTII is to swing for the fence. If the market makers see the amount of calls, won't they just work with the hedge funds to smash the price down and steal the money? No, they don't necessarily work together. There's hedge funds out there that are on the other side of these trades. But yes, my experience has been that the options used to be an exchange. I don't know if it is still an exchange, but the market makers in the options, maybe it's all computerized now, will definitely try to close this, pin it, as they say, and I think it'll be $4. But they're running it up right now to create some premium so some people will buy. And then they ran it below 4 so people might buy the puts. They want to take as many premium dollars away from the put side and the call side. There's more calls outstanding than puts, so that's why I think the most likely thing is they'll keep this at 4. Everything aligned for a power hour, that would be great. Yeah, Rainier, unfortunately, I expected it to go to 4, and as I didn't want to be right about it, but Morty, you can ask Mr. Photographic a question here. We'd love to hear it. We have 20 million about to smash the buy button. Mr. Photographic. Mr. Inappropriate. That's me, not you. If Ham's friends come in, the frog walk. What's a frog walk? You know what it is. I don't know why it's called that. I guess because frogs can't walk, and they don't use their upper arms. But humans don't use their upper arms to walk. I don't know why they call it frog walk. My fear is they will make so much premium this week that they can keep it down 2 or 3 more weeks. That's not. There's a lot of theys out there, and the options players aren't going to risk the premium they made this week. That's not how it works. They're out to make new premium, new money. So it'll be a new start on Monday. I wouldn't chase it Monday morning because it'll probably be up and then pull back. And the stock is so cheap at $4, it's almost, why bother buying calls? Why not just buy the stock? Then you don't have any expiration risk. But no, this premium won't help them keep it down for 2 or 3 more weeks. I don't believe that the criminals, the shorts, have made a lot of money in these calls. Maybe they have, but I don't think so. If they did, they made a couple of bucks on 2,000 calls. They're short, according to Tom Ronk, 160 million shares. I don't think it's gonna make much of difference. What's going on with MULN, I have no idea, but let me look. I'm in it to hurt the shorts. Look at the price. Yeah, there you go, Dave M. GME and AMC always finish contract week at max pain. Only another worldly event stops it. Hey, William Guzman, how are you? So I don't know what the questions are. Let me look at MULN. It looks like they might try to get this stock moving towards $5. MULN is an EV company who needs money to build out their cars. Demand for electric vehicles is plummeting. And they took a financing. And I've warned you about that. I don't want to spend a lot of time on it, but at 14 cents, I don't think there's much hope in MULN. The three things you need to see in MULN for me to be convinced that you're out of the woods, although they have a big cash position. And I'm admitting I don't know how much of that money, how long that money lasts. You need their next financing to be clean. You need revenue to explode so they can get out of their last toxic debt, start buying back stock. And I guess those are the two things. I don't see it though. And you need management to understand that their financing was a disaster. But I could be totally wrong. I have some friends that swear by MULN. If you want to trade MULN, by all means, do your due diligence. And, it could be, this year it's been as high as $28. So it could be a huge win. 420.69. MBOT bounced off of 250. That's good, I guess. Tom Ronk said 3 weeks for the squeeze. Do you have any thoughts on that? Is next week the third week? I don't think it'll happen in that time frame. I think it's more likely to happen in August than in July. One of the reasons is unfair to Tom Ronk because I get the benefit of hindsight. And it didn't happen over the last 2 weeks. I actually thought his prediction next week would be the second week, and then the first week of August would be the third. But you probably know better than I do. I think August is when it goes. And the caution I have is a lot of people take vacation, half of July, all of August, first or second week of September. It might be a September-October event. But I can't understand why buyers in the stock would take a hiatus from buying to give an open field to the criminals. I think this is a little bit like a relationship with somebody that has a lot of options. You have to keep moving forward or you're going to lose control of it. It's like a shark, has to keep swimming. Low floats and low market caps are always good if you can get a lot of people jump in. MULN float is massive. Well, it's massive, and it's, I just can't figure out the denominator. M Echo, that's a good point. A watch pot never boils, and that's all the more reason to have GTC orders in, because you'll probably get up from your computer and say, I'm going to the movies, and while you're gone, it'll run. Here we go, folks. I'm looking at MUN. I know I might have missed some questions, but I let go so I can, because Mr. Photographic says the stock is running. And I want to look at it. 417. Well, Mr. Photographic, if we went 1 or 2 or 3 million shares and kept going up, I would agree with you. It could happen today. And they already brought it down to 4. So they were already able to cover the calls. If they were the sellers of the calls, they were already able to buy them back, or buy alternative calls as a hedge. So they've already achieved, in large part, their goal by having it down at $4 most of the day. And it can run. You're absolutely right. It can run. I give it low odds, but I don't say it's 0 odds. And if it ran to 5, I see no reason why it couldn't run past 5, 6, 7. But I give it all low odds. I really do. They could be running it up right now, so people start buying calls, and then they collapse it back down to $3.99. Are you out of your mind? But we'll see. I think with Finger, we have to try to look for next week what we'll do. I think we're just riding out the storm here. Unfortunately, doesn't make me happy. Doesn't make me happy. I know Tony Bennett, he had a spot of his life that was very difficult. I don't know if it was in his 40s or his 60s or 50s, but he spent quite a bit of time in depression, and I think his life was reduced to a motel room. But then his son and maybe some other friends rescued him, and his son became his manager and said, "Dad, young people want to hear you sing." And then it became a miracle after that. Mr. Photographic, all crosses to the upside. This is perfectly aligned for Gamma Squeeze this hour. I love it. Mr. Photographic, if you're right, we can give the show to you. I would love it. But I don't. Call me irresponsible. Call me. You gotta have faith. You gotta have faith. Was that Kenny Loggins? Rodney Allen, history of past market crashes. Most were in the month of October. I think you're right, Rodney. And one thing you called to everyone's attention is that I really think there's a huge risk this October of a market correction. But my thoughts on GTII, I don't know. I'm sure it's down. Oh, George Michael, that's right. You gotta have faith. Put your tiny hand in mine. Put your little hand in mine. I used to walk through Hyde Park and imagine the areas he was arrested in. But I like that song. Put your tiny hand, little hand in mine. I like that one. It's our war song. I don't want to get any more strikes, so I don't want to play. Ham had a grandchild, so he won't be coming on. I think they're going to... My thoughts on GTII, I think that there were players in the COSM situation who admitted they knew Kurt Kramer pretty well enough to know how he would behave. And, for example, Vocal had notes from both Power Up Lending on their balance sheet and, one of the LLCs, and from Lynn Partners. So I think they all know each other. And what better way to destroy this threat? If there's 20 threats to their so-called business model, I think it's just a criminal scheme. If there's 20 threats, they've got 19 of them covered. But the one they didn't expect was a well-educated consumer, as Cy Sims would say. And what better thing than to pop our enthusiasm, get people to say, oh, this is just AMC all over again, and move on. And I'm not saying you have to diamond hands. I'm not saying you have to stay in it. But I think in the case of Finger, right now, I don't know what I'll think in September, October. But right now, you have in the marketplace somebody that's bought 12 or 15 million shares over the last few weeks. It's not you. It's there. The volume's there. Somebody's buying. It's not you. So you're just riding on the back of the hippopotamus. Lynn Partners and whoever's shorting with them are in trouble because the stock's gone from 144 up. If they were not in trouble, they would have let the stock go to $15 and then started selling it downward. Like there's your example, AMC, GME. Once it started running, they let it run. And then they sold it down, making massive returns. Why? Because they had deep pockets. They had the power to do it. Lynn Partners doesn't have that power. Julie Kim, good for you. You bought more. So anyway, on GTII, I think they're crushing it just in sympathy. GTII, you know the story in GTII. The short remains as high as 400 million. I think I can't hide it. I think Finger goes first. But I believe as Finger goes, GTII goes as well. And I just told you, and I stick by it, I think the FBI moves to the front of the line in catalysts in GTII. They've been going after whoever stiffed, decayed, cost, fraudulently placed orders without delivery at Westpac Securities, $4 million. It's been about 5-6 months or whatever. And I think the FBI is on those guys. So the FBI is buying GTII? No, I didn't say that. FBI is not buying GTII. I think FBI is investigating an individual who sold millions of shares of GTII in a coordinated attack at Westpac Securities outside of LA. And the broker was having one of his biggest years ever. And then that seller did not deliver the stock. The brokerage firm bought in the position at a cost of as high as $4 million. The brokerage firm called the FBI, Federal Bureau of Investigation, and said, "We have just been defrauded. It's a felony. It's across state lines. It's wire fraud. It's bigger than $10,000. It's a felony." And the FBI came in, and the FBI immediately interviewed the broker. The broker spilled his beans. And the FBI's been investigating that, I believe, since February. I could be wrong. You can look it up. Just punch finger motion in Google, finger motion news, or go to Yahoo Finance, type in the symbol FNGR. You can look it up. The Westpac. I think it was announced. If not, if it wasn't announced, my memory is it happened in February. So the FBI's been investigating that. And no, I am not saying that the FBI is buying GTII. I'm saying that the FBI is going to arrest whomever it was that broke securities laws, committed wire fraud, and cost a retail brokerage office $4 million. That's what I'm saying. And I think when that person gets arrested, all avenues will lead to Alpine and to the Kramers. That's what I'm saying. And I'm going to get off that topic now because it's just simply as boring as it can be. And I cannot believe something in the way I'm presenting myself. I cannot believe that the FBI would buy any stock. The FBI is in the business of covering up some investigations, and the rest of them, they're in the business of prosecuting those investigations, of moving forward. They are not a securities firm. They are a government organization. They do not buy stock. The FBI is not buying GTII. 412, 411 to 413, 861. So, Mr. Photographic, I don't see the volume yet that I would love to see. I would love to join in on your projection. It would be great. I like this. Da Hobler, FBI, if you're on this call, please, when you cuff Lynn Partners and the Kramers, can you rough them up a little bit? I personally am not supporting any kind of violence. Just arresting them would be enough. And you can do it softly as far as I'm concerned, as long as they lose all their money. I think losing money is how to get to the Kramers and to get to Jeff Easton. J. Abrams, am I more optimistic about Finger or GTII? I have more on GTI than Finger. I am, your question doesn't have a time frame. When I first got into Finger, The short position was 4 million shares, and it grew to 6 million. That's how I remember it. The Lynn partners, in a truly kamikaze effort, have increased that, and other people working with them, have increased that to 160 million. 160 million. There's only 50 million shares extant. So I right now, I'm far more enthusiastic about Finger right now, this instant, today, tomorrow, and for the rest of your lives. But that does not mean, and I own GTII, that's my biggest position. That does not mean GTII couldn't go tomorrow, couldn't go next week, couldn't go the following week. If you recall, Kurt and Seth Kramer are the trap shorts in GTII. It was rumored to be 40 to 50 million shares out of the gate. Instead of covering, they just kept selling. They sold so much counterfeit shares, that it's likely that Alpine took over the trade. That's their prime broker. Alpine's in trouble. The NSCC put in writing that the reason Alpine's in trouble is a concentrated short position in GTII, in black and white. The number is probably 400 million now. No one's covered, or if there's covering, there was immediate selling over. So I am just as convinced that GTII can have a massive move to the upside. But I think there are new buyers right now in Finger. Over the last 3 to 4 weeks, somebody has purchased 10 to 15 million shares of stock. I know it's not the people watching me. There might be some people that have called into ham. But it doesn't add up to 12 million shares, even 15 million shares. Somebody is buying Finger right now. There's rumors of even bigger buying coming in. So right now I'm more excited to buy Finger because of the timing. Because it's now 160 million shares short versus a float that might be as small as 10 million. Might be as big as 20, 25. Or a realistic float. I don't know what it says on Yahoo. So now, ironically, I think when Finger goes, GTII is going to go in lockstep. I think it won't give us time. If Finger goes, it won't give us time to sell and buy GTII back. I think GTII will explode to the upside at the same time Finger does. How is the DTCC helping the shorts? They're not. But the DTCC is all of the brokerage firms. They're all on the board. They're all, the big guys. So someone once said, if you want to follow, you can follow the money, but you can also follow interconnecting board seats. So the DTCC has helped this system get to this point, but they're not helping the shorts. No volume, gonna need at least 1 million. Yeah, there's not enough volume right now. In fact, there's none. Which Kevin's story, that might mean that Mr. Photographic is correct, because they've gotten Finger down the last 5 or 6 days, 40 to 50 cents a day, all by fraud, all by walking it down. I don't know where the big buyer really went, but I understand there's been somebody buying 100,000, 50,000, 200,000 shares at a time. But it's not enough to overwhelm this fraud. And you've got the cops at the SEC and FINRA. They have computers. As soon as a company's stock price goes up, the letters go out to the CEO, show us your email trails. We're concerned you're manipulating your stock price. They have the computers to follow this. It's just that the SEC is captured by Goldman Sachs Prime Brokerage, by BlackRock, by Citadel, and all the rest. FINRA is just an adjunct, a public adjunct to the SEC. It's just there to give you, to fool you into thinking your interests are being protected. They're all bought and paid for by the industry. Bill Clinton was 100% wrong. The industry cannot regulate itself. It can't. Watch dollar RUM. Trump will host his next rally on it. That's actually good advice. I don't know even anything about it. Okay, I'm gonna just let whatever I missed miss. Any info on logic? You would think the price would go up then. Yeah, you would. It's 408, 410. It's clear there's no buy-in yet. It's clear that this is the last day of trading in options, and the options market has control over this right now. It's clear that we're just looking in our navel, staring at our navel. Today is gone. It's a wash. Next week could be fun. I personally think you have to wait till August, but that's just me. And that's not that far away, by the way. August is next week, not this week, not this coming week, the following week. Hey, any plans for the weekend? I think I'm going to go out and scream at the moon. Why? Why? I don't have any plans. I'm going to try to get some work done. I'm not as efficient as I used to be. I'm going to walk my dog, and I don't really have any plans at all. Finger is 4098. I love it, Mr. Photographic. I love it. And by the way, from my point of view, Mr. Photographic, even if you're wrong about this hour, your observations could come true next week or in a week, and I'd still think you were a hero. I would still think you called it. Any tennis matches? I've been brokenhearted by it, but it looks like Djokovic is going to be playing in Montreal, which starts, I think, August 3rd. And then it looks like he's going to play in Cincinnati. And that starts like August 13th or something, August 12th. The spread, I haven't looked because I haven't wanted to look, between this young upstart and Djokovic. I mean, I'm still mad that Wimbledon left the ceiling open, so the wind interfered with, but, you know, you can argue that affected Alcaraz as much too. But I think that they just try to set everything up against Djokovic. I also wish Djokovic had I think he choked. I think he should have won the second set tiebreaker. And that's good on Alcaraz. But the good thing for tennis, for my point of view, is that Djokovic is not defending any points at Cincinnati, at Montreal. He's not defending any points at the U.S. Open. And he's behind by roughly 500 points. It looks like Alcaraz is not defending points at one of those. I think it was anyway, it doesn't matter. Either Montreal or Cincinnati, he didn't play last year. The other one, he didn't get very far. I think he's only defending 180 points. It's when you get to the U.S. Open, Alcaraz has to defend 2,000 points. So unless he wins it, and I'm willing to say that if Djokovic is playing, Djokovic will win it. I think Djokovic will reclaim the world number one status and will finish the year as world number one. Why do I think in August it will run up, Finger? Because July's almost over. It's not rocket science. I think the setup was perfect for July. I don't know where the big buyers, why they didn't keep the pressure on. But remember, they're not buying to help you make money. And the SEC's not here to help you make money in a squeeze. All I ask out of the SEC is that they enforce the securities rules that exist so that, as Gary Gensler calls it, we have the world's deepest, we have the world's most transparent, and we have the world's most trusted financial markets. But it's all hogwash. It's just deflection when he says it now, and he knows it. He knows it. That's why he doesn't look at the over-the-counter markets. That's why he doesn't discuss MMTLP. If he had balls, he'd be out on the front pages saying, I cannot believe what's happened to our system. We are going to get to the bottom of this. And he would call an all-hands-on-deck summit somewhere. Camp David. The conference room of Bear Stearns that's unused. Go to the building that just got sold in Baltimore at a loss. Go to one of their empty floors and call a meeting. Pay the landlord a bunch of money and fly everybody in and work nonstop to get to the bottom of what happened in MMTLP. But Gary Gensler doesn't have balls. He has a ninny. He does not have the courage to put his head up and stand for anything other than bumper stickers. He's a bumper sticker sayer. Slogans. He's a sloganeer. Slogans and do nothing. Do nothing at all. Everything is deflection. The issue in the United States markets is led by Goldman Sachs. They invented the F3. System-wide, securities are being sold that do not exist. System-wide in people's accounts, in an imitation of the fractional reserve banking system, but it won't work. Dollars are fungible, certificates are not. In people's accounts, there's nothing but toilet paper. This is what Gary Gensler should be addressing. But he's a mouse, not a man. And he's just going to fade away in the sands of time. He could have been a hero, but he won't be. And if Joe Biden places, some underqualified person in the job just because it checks various boxes, not white male, not white straight male, not old white straight male, and they put him in just because it checks that box, that could be a disaster. I think the person they should put in is Gabir Grewal, and I think he'll get to the bottom of MMTLP. I think he'll arrest the Kramers. I think he'll arrest Lynn Partners. I think he'd even have Ken Griffin in his offices to explain. I think Gabir Grewal is Elliot Ness. But I could be wrong. I've never met the guy. All right, so we're 411. $4 to 411. 409, sorry, 409. Are you out of your mind? With 30 minutes to go. So, Mr. Photographic, it is the power half hour. It's half of a power hour. Can a power hour be said to be a power hour if half of it is not due to some ancient injury? Eric the Hoffa B. Could this run after 4? Sure, it could run after 4, but I think everyone, I think Apollyon might be right. Close at 398. I think it'll close at, I think it'll close at 4. I think it's close at 4. They don't want the puts to be exercised either, I don't think. But who knows? I didn't know the CEO of MMTLP. There isn't one. So you're talking about the ex-CEO, or you're talking about the CEO of MMAT, or the CEO of NextBridge? There'll be news out. That's all good. But I wouldn't get your hopes up. You need the only thing that's going to move MMTLP to where you want it is a regulator who has balls. And that can be a woman too. I'm using that in the literary sense. But it's not Gary Gensler. I watched him in front of Congress say, we'll just do whatever the courts tell us to do. It was on a different issue. You need a regulator who says, hey, my job, my oath is to enforce the 1933 Security Act, the 1934 Securities Act, and as amended, those acts with Reg Show, for example. Reg Show doesn't give unlimited right to sell counterfeit shares. The lack of enforcement does, but you're not going to get it from Gensler. So the only announcement that would impress me is that the SEC has decided to come clean, to enforce settlement, and let the chips lay where they land. And if it costs Goldman Sachs $1 trillion, that's what happens. But you're not going to see that. A DWAC-related stock has some short squeeze, 1-3. FRTX. I agree, MKC, if they would do it now. That's the illusion. You know, in a really big sense, what FINRA's doing, because they're not professionals, and then the SEC may be doing because of Goldman Sachs or somebody like Goldman Sachs, they're trading the error. They're hoping they can keep the error small. And they're making a huge mistake, in my judgment, in the case of MMTLP / NextBridge, because NextBridge has 3 wells they either just drilled or are about to drill. NextBridge is moving forward. And so that value number, when they get expert witnesses to come in, it's not going to be $2.84. It's not going to be $10. My opinion is going to be over $100 a share of real shares. So it's going to just get more and more expensive to the system. And the lawyers love that because then they get a bigger fee. 411, 413. But we can't begrudge many of these lawyers, the ones that are working with us right now, we can't begrudge them because they are really doing the work. They're doing yeoman's work. They're just carrying the whole load. Without their efforts, we wouldn't be where we are. So I applaud them. But having said that, I do think lawyers will make more if this takes 2 years instead of 2 months. Not our lawyers. I'm talking about the lawyers that are being paid by the brokerage firms. I don't know what this is, Mark, M-A-R-K. I don't know FRTX. That's true, Miguel Garcia. They may be hoping for a market crash, but ironically, a market crash, long stocks will go down, but short stocks will go up. Or it should be that way. Well, that's right, Diego. I think that instinct is correct. That instinct is correct. I think unless the market has a radical shift, it is completely rigged to strip you, Diego, of your money, and me as well. I'm surprised Maxine Waters is so complacent, because I see this as a civil rights issue as well as a securities law issue. At its very base level, it's financial enslavement, financial theft by privileged guys. It's a national security issue too. I agree. The attorneys are doing FINRA's and SEC's work for them. It's almost like Gary Gensler says, well, let the courts figure it out. Let the attorneys do it. I'm going to go after Kim Kardashian's rear end before it gets too big. I can't find my glasses. Am I getting to that point in life where the glasses are right on the top of my head? I keep them right here. I keep a close watch on this heart of mine. Are you saying, is this true, that this man has no Is it true what you're saying? Yes, this man has no I need a necklace for my glasses. I need a brain. What I need is a brain. I need a brain. I'm glad I made you guys wait through buying more calls yesterday. That was brilliant. No, he's afraid of his shadow. Gary Gensler is afraid of his shadow. I was listening, Cindy Lou Who, to a space call last night regarding COSM and found out Frank B., Arca, and Avid are paid promoters, analysts by the companies. I saw something by Avid that he's pulled back, even walked away from COSM. I think if Avid is getting paid something to do hard work, it's all right with me. But I don't think Avid is going to change his opinion just because somebody pays him to keep his lights on. I mean, the fact is, running a computer, turning on the lights, studying, doing those presentations, a lot of work. So I don't begrudge Avid for that. I understand someone here told me that Frank paid for Arca's computer system. I think Arca's pretty good with his analysis. I haven't heard Arca try to manipulate. I mean, Ham doesn't fully agree. But Ham's view is the whole reason they're telling us about, to spot this and Fibonacci that is just to get us in a trading mentality. And maybe that's what he's doing, and that's why he's paid. But the GTII and Finger are squeeze candidates. What makes them different than AMC, GME, MULN, COSM? We in both cases, we know who the short is. Now, there might be some ancillary shorts, but it all leads to the person who wrote the note. And we also have, there's people that say the numbers are ridiculous. They're impossible. But we have the size of the short. And we also know who the prime brokers are, particularly in the case of GTII. So this makes it different kind of setups, and they're not really trading setups. But I like the analysis that Arca does. I like the analysis that Avid does. But if you look, I think Avid stepped away from COSM. Frank is, and that's his job. You can't begrudge him that. But Frank is paid. He's an IR guy. He gets paid, and it's pretty good money. IR people make good money, and shares. He was paid by COSM. He's paid by CLNV, and there's a third one. I can't remember the name of it. But I think he puts it out there that he's the IR guy. That's a paid position. That's a position that the companies, almost all companies have. Whether you buy, whether I can't remember the name of the one that Finger uses, whether it's a company or it's an individual, to be the head of investor relations is it's a paying job. And I think Frank does well at it. I think he does very well at it. So, sorry, I just knocked over my pencil. So, I'm not surprised they're getting paid. All of this talk, Lou M., all this talk about holding has gotten us what? Nothing. These people just take our money and do not deliver. Well, Lou, I'm not sure what you're talking about. If you're talking about GTI and Finger and any of the other stocks I've spoken about, you don't have to hold them. You can get out. But I can't control when the alarm bell rings. I can't control when the thermometer says the turkey is done. I can't control. We can line up as many things as we can. But if you've run out of patience, I think life is grand if you're not worried by all this. I have a good friend of mine who's a really good guy who unfortunately, a very good guy, generous, honest, hardworking, but unfortunately he's incarcerated. And I was thinking about him yesterday because his birthday's going to come up, and I wish I had the wherewithal to do something. But he I don't know I can't help. I mean, he's got all the lawyers in the world. But I was just thinking, that'd be horrible. I had watched a movie, Convict or something. It'd be horrible. And then I started thinking, well, what's my life been like the last year or so? These trades trap you. They trap you emotionally. They interfere with your relationships. They make you feel like a victim. Just get out. Just get out. Take the losses and you don't have to hold anything. If your losses are in the thousands of dollars range, you can write off $3,000 a year against your income, and you'll get some of it back. You'll get some of it back over time. But let me see if I can print this out. I don't know what's wrong with I need to buy a new phone, I think. Okay, it's doing it. I can hear it printing. I'm going to show you something. Grow up, Arthur. They call me Deacon Blues. I know you can't get out of MMTLP. I know. Lou, I'm going to show you something that I was going to save for Monday or save when the stock went up, but there's no reason not to talk about it now. And maybe I'll find my glasses over there. So if you give me a second to pick up 2 pieces of paper from the printer, I'll be right back. I know you can't get out. I know you can't get out of MMTLP, and I can't either. And I paid almost $8. And to me, it's a lot of money. I fully understand that, but that's just going to go its course. Unfortunately, it's just going to go its course. And I just don't know how to change that, you know. That's the rub of it all. You paid $300,000. Well, you're going to get your money back. You're going to get your money back. Lou, I won't take that personally. I know that my show is a big nothing. But I'm frustrated too. But in Finger, I really think it's not over. That wasn't the squeeze. That was not the squeeze. And does it mean the squeeze will happen? Does it mean that, you know, these people that call up and warn people who know in advance, which is against the law, does it mean they can't kill it? I guess not. We're dealing with fraud. But I really think you're going to see a massive move in Finger. Now you're saying, well, why? How do you know that? Well, you don't know, but the volume is there. The stock is up off the mat. Yes, it's pulled back. But this isn't, I don't know what example. You know, as soon as you plant a corn stalk, you don't get corn. 68,000. Wow, that's a lot of stock. You have a lot more than I have. I really think you're going to be happy at the end of the day. I'm not going to repeat myself, but they owe you what they promised you. They owe it to you. 1/165 millionth value of NextBridge shares for each share of MMTLP. And if you have 68,000 shares, in my opinion, that was worth $7 million. That's just my opinion. What I think it's going to be worth in a settlement, possibly, it could be worth $70 million to you. 70. How likely is that? I don't know. But you're going to be, you're upset now, but I think it's like being in a private placement. Private placements don't trade. But this is, if they handle this in a way that makes the United States security markets equivalent to what Gary Gensler said, the deepest, the safest, the most trusted, and the most transparent in the world, I probably got it out of order, you're going to make a lot of money on your shares. And rather than getting caught up in the negativo, usually I would, if I were you, be thinking, gosh, I paid, the other guy, or maybe it was you, I paid $300,000 for my MMTLP. I know I'm getting that back. I know I'm getting it back. And I might have put it in COSM, or I might have put it in, so in that sense, I'm not trading it, good and bad. But at a minimum, that you're going to get your $300,000 plus legal fees, plus interest, plus some costs. You're going to get that back. You can come up with scenarios if you want to torture yourself that somehow they're going to say that you defrauded the system. You didn't. You didn't. You didn't. You're going to get that investment back. They didn't steal your money. What they did And it's so hard for people to understand. They have created a market where the shares you buy are electronic. And it never is a problem because they show up in your statement. They have a price. You sell them, you get your cash. You don't have any idea if the shares were half real, half fraud, all fraud, because it doesn't matter to you. It shows in your account $300,000 worth of MMTLP. And if I'm right and it goes to 7 million, $105 a share in a freely trading market, you say, all right, I'm going to sell it at 105, and they sell it, and you get your 7 million in cash. The weird thing is, believe it or not, the shares aren't real. You don't know it, but the cash in your account's not real either. The 7 million is an entry in your account. And if everybody, what I read 6 months ago, if everybody in the United States tried to withdraw their cash, there's only 1 to 2% available before the whole system comes crashing down. So the money in your account is fake. But the reason it works is it's in your account. It shows up in black and white. It comes across the transom every month. You can click into your computer. Oh, I'm worth $7 million. But that money isn't there. It's just an entry. The stock's not there. It's just an entry. But in the United States, when you entered the order to buy MMTLP, which the SEC had approved and FINRA had approved, your broker-dealer delivered to you a security. The fact that it's fake, you would never know, and they would never tell you. It's a non-issue. It's a non-issue. Their obligation is to deliver what you bought. Now, the lawyers have spent and the shorts have spent a great deal of time getting everyone to think, one, you are the problem, but you're not. Then they tried to go after John Berta, but he's not the problem. Then they're going to try, and I think they already have, to say, well, $3 a share because it closed at $2.87. That's not going to work, but you want to worry about it. I know it's a lot of money. I have a lot of money in, not that much. But for me, it's a lot of money. A hell of a lot of money. But remember, the contract was there. They can't just take your money. What FINRA did was stop trading because it was impossible to deliver 2 billion shares that don't exist into the transfer agent 2 days later for 165 million. Just impossible. FINRA got phone calls from every broker dealer out there. Ring, 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 ring. We can't do this. We can't do this. We can't do this. We can't do this. We're going to go down. You need to give us more guidance. FINRA stopped trading. FINRA didn't say, you are not getting your $300,000 back. They didn't say that. They didn't say that. They said, we're stopping trading. Now, the lawyers on the other side, first step is to call you the crook. But that's not going to fly. Remember, there's 5 really wealthy men on your side fighting with lawyers, and they're not going to sell you out like COSM. They're not going to sell you out like popcorn. They're not. By the way, for all of you in blue states, men and women in red states, when they give you their word, they keep it. That's been my experience. So the lawyers are saying it's worth nothing to you. That didn't fly. Then they're going to say $3. That's not going to fly. The third thing they'll try to do, the lawyers on the other side, they'll try to say rescind the trades. That's not going to fly. Because how do you unwind all the trades? When do you start? Do you start all the way back when Torchlight was shorted? It's not going to fly. It's impractical. Then they're going to say, well, only the original shareholders in Torchlight should get it. How are they going to define that? That's complete impossibility to define. That's not going to fly. But this is what the other side, the torture, the other side's lawyers are going to put all of us through, because there's no regulator who has the courage to enforce his rules. It's a he right now. That's not going to fly. Then they're going to try to get away with, well, let's just pay back $12. Nobody paid more than $12. We'll just pay back $12 and we'll absorb the legal fees. Do you think that McCabe's going to go for that? No, he's not going to go for that. Then the lawyers for McCabe, the lawyers for Flame Bomb, and the lawyers that are working for, that are out of their own time, not legal advice, Rosa, all these lawyers putting up their time, and I hope they get paid. They're going to argue, wait a minute, Judge, Your Honor. The number that has to be used is, what is the value of 1/165 millionth of Nextbridge per share? And Your Honor's going to say, well, how do we determine that? And not legal advice is going to say, why don't we get a third-party engineering report? Why don't we get an expert in the field of oil and gas to do an analysis of the volumes of the oil in place, the potential oil, the natural gas in place, the value of the water, the value of water disposal, saltwater disposal wells? Why don't we get that expert to do the economics from an oil and gas standpoint? We'll go to Netherland and Sewell. We'll go to Ryder Scott. And Your Honor's going to say, well, that makes a lot of sense. Aren't those the two best companies, the two best engineering companies in the world, or in oil and gas? Well, yes, Your Honor. Well, why don't we do that? We will get a third-party report from Netherland and Sewell. And then not legal advice is to say, you know what else, Your Honor? I recommend we go to 3 or 4 investment banks in the oil and gas field, and we get an assessment financially of the state of the oil and gas market. What are people paying for reserves right now? What are people paying for moose pasture right now? What are they paying for the 4 Ps? Producing, behind pipe, probable, and possible. And Your Honor is going to say, well, who do you recommend? Well, we recommend a mix of a larger firm, maybe a specialized investment bank. And Your Honor is going to say, that's reasonable. We need to find out what the market would pay for the reserves as described in the engineering report. Before. Now, by the way, it's almost 200 million shares now, but the relevant number is 165 million. Before Nextbridge purchased all of Oro Grande. They only owned a subset of it. But recently they bought it all, which shows confidence. Before they drilled additional wells. Before the 3 they're either drilling now or are completed. Before oil prices went up, unfortunately, natural gas prices in Texas until recently were bloody low, like 35 cents an MCF. So that's a problem. Next bridge, at the time of halting trading, had 4.5 billion barrels of oil, 7 trillion cubic feet of natural gas and water. They had leases that could have proven that were valuable on their own. They had the science. They had the Hazel project. But in essence, they had this. And I'm going to give the water a value of 0. I'm going to give the 7 trillion cubic feet of natural gas a value of 0. And instead of 4.5 billion barrels of oil, I'm going to use 4 billion. And this was 200 days ago. Since then, they've increased their ownership of the Oro Grande, which means they have more barrels by definition. They've announced that they drilled 10 wells. So they fulfilled last year's drilling requirements and this year's in the leases. And they've just recently announced 3 additional wells. They announced the shallow development. And I forget how many, it's thousands of wells. I forget how many. But they announced that they had success there. What does shallow mean? Shallow means low risk, low relative cost, and it means cash flow. I'm going to leave all that out. I'm going to leave out the increased ownership. I'm going to leave out the fact that they proved up more oil and gas, and I'm going to leave out the shallow. And I'm going to leave out any kind of ownership of anything else they have, the Hazel, everything else. I'm just going to look at 4 billion barrels of oil. Oil right now is trading, WTI, West Texas Intermediate, is trading at $77 a barrel right now. $77 a barrel. But because I have no clue how much money they have to spend to build out the infrastructure, I have no clue what's going to happen once they start producing. They have some sort of obligation to the university. I have no clue how much water is going to be coming up. I just have no clue. Instead of using $77 a barrel to an acquirer, I'm going to assume they're going to pay $5. $5 a barrel acquiring. Let's say it's Chevron. Chevron will give stock and cash. Now remember, they're paying $5 a barrel in my example, but only for 4 billion barrels. This could be 8 billion. It could be 10 billion by now, with more to go. I'm giving no credit. The 7 TCF of natural gas could be 10 or 15 TCF. I have no idea now. But they're moving forward. Right at $5. At $5, Chevron would pay $20 billion. By the way, it's changed. I'm talking 200 days ago. It's all changed to the better. $200 billion. Sorry, $20 billion. $20 billion. I think this number is massively low, but I'm trying to be low. 20 billion divided by 165 million shares. This is 200 days ago value. $20 billion divided by 165 million shares is $121 a share. Now remember, to set Chevron, when they buy it with stock and cash, Chevron puts it on their shelf, they put it in their presentation, and they tell everybody, we've got X number of billions of barrels, and we think it could be 20 billion barrels, and we're acquiring more acreage in the Oro Grande because we think it's the next Permian. It never has to, the next Delaware Basin. It never has to happen, but they can put it on their presentation, and they can raise money from institutions, and they can go do business in Saudi Arabia or the Caspian. But it's worth it to them to spend these shares for that purpose. Okay, let's go back to your 68,000 shares. $8 million. $8 million. That's at $5 a barrel. How much lower could I have gone per barrel? $1? Well, let's divide that by 5. At $1 a barrel, it's 1.6 million for your investment. At $1 a barrel. I think, respectfully, we have a choice. I'm in it. We have a choice. We can go to bed anxious and worrying about it, or we can remember we put up cash. We did nothing wrong. The system, the banking system, owes us what we bought. Now the lawyers are fighting about it. Yes, we've seen the opening salvo from the bad guys' lawyers. And yes, we're hearing their point of view. And they're getting out early. But the people, the lawyers on our side, the facts on our side, the valuation on our side, and Gary Gensler's own words, we have the deepest, most transparent, most honest, most trusted markets in the world. They're going to settle this. Right now, you're in a private placement. That's how I would look at it. You don't know when you're going to get your money. You'd love to have it now. But even at $1 a barrel, for the barrels that were in the ground 200 days ago, I have you making over $1.5 million on your investment. Net. I've shown you that I believe the actual payout is going to be over $1,000 a share. Over $1,000 a share. I think you're going to end up with shares that are worth $800 or $900 each, and you're going to get a distribution of $100 or $50 a share. I think rather than destroying your health with worry, I think you have to let go and let the process play it out. You've got lawyers trying to show each other how smart they are. You've got lawyers that on the bad guy's side that are trying to go through every scenario that's cheapest so they can earn their money. And they can say later on to their clients, we did our best. You've got judges who are making sure that everything they do won't be overturned on appeal. You've got a feckless SEC and a non-existent FINRA. So right now it's just the legal system. Then you've got 200,000 people working each in their own way, calling Congress, calling journalists, putting packets of information together, putting 5 or 6 billion imprints out there, fighting for MMTLP. I come on here every day, and you may think it's for GTII and it's for Finger. It's for MMTLP. My view is the way to bring these bastards down is hit them in their pocketbook. MMTLP doesn't trade. What can you do about it? Why did you buy it? Why did you buy 68,000 shares? Because you thought it was going to squeeze? Or because you thought there was going to be value in the oil field? Or because you wanted NextBridge shares? Neither. Look, they're never going to give 2 days of trading, in my opinion, ever. And I also don't think you want it. Because you would have the rule book, you'd have to make sure they didn't design it to screw you. To me, the last thing I want is 2 days of trading. Because I think that the system will come up with a way to pay us $1 a share. Or take our rights away. I don't want 2 days trading. That's gone. But I just showed you the value. The value keeps going up. The judge is going to see this value. And the lawyers on the bad guy's side are not going to be able to convince her that the stock is worth $3 when she's looking at $600 a share, which, by the way, is what McCabe wrote on Twitter. He would not accept a deal for less than $6. His answer would be no. Not only no, it would be hell no. So you choose to destroy your health worrying about MMTLP. You got in it because you believed it had value. That value is still there. The only thing you can be upset with now is they didn't give you the 2 days to squeeze. Well, you don't know what you would have sold it for sure. But if it had rolled over, if you had gotten NextBridge shares, you'd be sitting in a non-tradable stock, and your money would be as dead as fried chicken in a private company. So one of the scenarios was a short squeeze. The other scenario was you're going to go into a private company. That's where you are. Your money's as dead as fried chicken, according to Senator Kennedy. But the value's there. Why do you destroy your health over this? The short squeeze may or may not have worked. I think it would have worked incredibly, but it would have only worked as the free markets are set up, as the follow-on from the approval from the SEC and the FINRA with a record date and an effective date. In that environment, the stock could have gone to thousands of dollars a share. But they're not going to set that back up for you. Stop, in my opinion, just stop. Stop on that. They may give a gray market so people go, oh God, it's all corrupt, I'll take $5. Well, I think that would be foolish, but I understand it. Everybody, that's a market. But NextBridge, fortunately for you and me, is worth a lot of money. Now that can change in oil and gas overnight. Oil could go to $10 for 3 years. They could water out. But right now it looks like it's worth a massive amount of money. And you've got insiders fighting the battle for you who won't take $600. Why would they take $6? Now we have to be reasonable. Maybe there is a compromise somewhere in between. We don't get all we want and they don't get all they want. But I'm telling you, your 68,000 at $1 acquisition a barrel price is worth over $1.5 million. At $5, it's worth $8 million. And the odds are a takeover would be done at $20 or $25 or $30 a barrel. The variables in an acquisition are that the big companies need to replace reserves. That's one variable. 2, the other variable is what stage are we in the market for oil and gas companies? Right now, I think we're pretty low. But if oil were to go to over 100, you might see multiple expansions. That's the second thing. The third thing is, okay, you've got 8 billion barrels of oil, it looks like in this report. How much could there be if we acquired more acreage, if we use this science on the nearby? So it's the upside potential as well. And then for companies like Chevron, Exxon, Carrizo, adding this bulk to their shareholder base, it also is valuable in terms of financing. So you can say, well, I'm stuck in MMTLP. I can't do anything. I'm there with you. I don't own as much as you do. I wish I did. I wish I owned 68 million shares of MMTLP. I wish. I don't. I think you're a very lucky man. Very lucky. You have, in my mind, a private placement in the most exciting industry over the next decade, in a new field discovery in North America. They always knew the oil was there, but in the sense of being able to produce it. You have the ability to turn $300,000 into $8 million without having to pay taxes until you sell. So your 300,000 might turn into 1.5, might turn into 8, might turn into 15 million, might turn into, if I'm right, might turn into 80 million without having to pay taxes for that increase in your wealth. I would love to be in your shoes. Your downside risk in any scenario is you get your money back. Maybe minus expenses, maybe including expenses. I think that is not going to happen. But it is your risk that the system says, you know what, let's just do it over again. All right. In return for getting your money back as your downside risk, your upside risk, you can turn 300,000 into $1.5 million, 8 million, 20 million, 50 million, 80 million without having to pay taxes until it sells. I mean, a cash settlement, you'd have to pay taxes. I really don't know why you destroy your health over this. Who's going to pay for it? The shorts shorted Torchlight, MMAT, and MMTLP. A lot of that cash is still sitting at prime brokerage branches. That's going to be the first source of the money. Broker dealers, 105 of them. Some are really guilty. The rest, you might argue, kind of went along. I think money will come out of the broker dealers. Then the brokerage firms will go to the criminals and try to seize their assets. That'll come up with a number. Then it'll go up. It'll be the NSCC. It'll be FINRA looking at it. There'll be all sorts of hands on it. But the person who, the entity will have to cover it is the DTCC. And if for some reason the brokerage firms all at once lose all of their money, it then goes to the federal government. As of, it's a lot less now. The DTCC has 47 trillion in assets. 47 trillion. Now they custodial those for everybody. But the DTCC is the brokerage business. So anyway, I have a lot of money in MMTLP. I try not ever to worry about it because the system is arguing right now about how much they need to pay, not about should they pay. FINRA came up with this facile, just let it trade over into NextBridge. Well, that's not the answer. That's not the answer. So you're going to have to wait, but I think your wait could be very profitable. So you guys are saying, look at AMC. It's up $3 in the aftermarket, and it closed at 440. That's pretty impressive. That's something going on. You're absolutely right. And the volume is big. It's 44 million shares. I'm so skeptical of AMC that every time it runs up, and it could run up higher, they're able to bring it back down. I'm also skeptical because this is option Friday. But that's pretty impressive. You're right. And who was it? Was it Millennial that said Finger would close at 399, 3 something? Well, it was, maybe you said 389. It looks like it closed at 404, but the last trade was 388. So you were right. Is it better to move MMTLP to AST? I would, but I don't think you'll get a chance. I think it's look, I wish I could fix it. The system is so corrupt. You guys just, I don't think you can believe how corrupt it is. There's more shares now because they did issue more. But what's relevant to us? The DTC has 165 million shares. And of those 165 million, many have been moved to the transfer agent. So they're not held at the DTC anymore. But right now, I'm going to use that number. Merrill Lynch, the DTC says, Merrill, you have 5 million in your name at Merrill Lynch. Street name. But Merrill's accounts have 50 million shares. That's the problem. There's 5 million real shares for 50 million shares. Now Merrill has already allowed their best clients to move. Let's say they've allowed their best clients to move they've allowed their best clients to move 4.5 million shares to AST, leaving Merrill with 500 real shares, leaving the DTC with 160,500,000. And this number would be down to 45,500,000. So if you can convince Merrill to release those shares to you, good luck. I don't think they'll do it. It's like going to a hotel that you booked on, you booked 2 months ago, and you show up with your wife and they say, we're all out of rooms. You say, wait a minute, I booked this a long time ago. Well, I'm sorry, sir. Do you know who I am? No, sir, we don't, but, you can go down to the Holiday Inn. I want to speak to the manager. I am the manager. I want to speak to somebody in reservations. I am the person. I want to speak to the owner. Well, we're owned by BlackRock. I want something done. Or you're a hot chick and you walk in and you say, I'm sorry. I don't have a reservation, but I'd like a room. And the guy behind the desk is so taken with you. He says, well, we're all sold out, But I do have one room that I can give you the suite at the same price of a double. Or that in the first instance, the guy that was getting so upset, the manager could say, you know what, I don't want this scene in my lobby. I'll give you the presidential suite at the same price that you paid. We still have that available. That's what you have to do with Merrill Lynch. I don't think they'll do it, but you can try. I would rather have my stock at NextBridge. All right, Steve Mertz, no combining 8-back and AMC. So what does that mean to you? That means that the shorts in AMC don't have the camouflage of ape. Is that it? I don't quite no more dilution. Yeah. So that's, yeah, I didn't, you said it much better than I did. So that's a win. Yeah, no dilution. That's great. That is the catalyst. AMC running because proposed to convert ape was denied by the judge. I'm afraid the system will be fixed when retail boycotts the equity markets. Well, Julio, you're much more optimistic than I am. I think the system's going to be fixed when China, Shanghai, or Korea, or what's realistic? I don't know. It's hard to come up with an alternative, but maybe a Indian exchange, or anyway, one honest exchange with massive technology invested in it, I think would wipe out the United States' hold on the markets. But we're not going to let go without a war. You can still move to AST. I can't. Can't do it in my firm. I've tried, but I can't. Santo Castillo. Santo Lucia. William, great call on COSM. The CEO is a fraud. Well, he certainly looks out for himself. Well, Ace, they always seem, it runs up, they're able to get it back down. Finger settled above 4. All right, let's see what Jeff Kendrick says. Finger settled above 4. I don't know what that says. LTM. Calls yesterday paid. I thought some whales had a plan. Well, remember, Jeff Kendrick, just all you have to remember when you think, wow, 111 degrees, is there any water? Is there any water? I think Finger is a great buy. And rather than buying the options, just buy the stock. I know, Lou Gresso. I don't know. I don't know if I should keep doing this because I lose my cool, and I don't think I'm helping anybody. I really don't think I'm helping anybody. So I don't know who said that to me. But when you say the whales have a plan, all I want you to remember this is all I want you to remember when you think the whales have a plan. Just want you to remember a man, a plan, a canal, Panama. A man, a plan, a canal, Panama. Look at it. You read it backwards. A man, a plan, a canal, a man, a plan, a canal, Panama. So you read it backwards. A man, a plan, a canal, but this doesn't seem to quite work. A man, a plan, a canal, Panama. Something there's not right. I must have misspelled canal. Anyway, just remember that. A man, a plan, a canal, Panama, whenever you think the whales have a plan. I know David Suckamow. Maybe I don't have to acknowledge every statement. I always oh, it is right, because canal ends in L. That's right. I always feel like I need to answer the negatives too, to be honest. I don't like palindromes. You're like Jeff. It's raining in Berlin. When I visited Berlin, I loved it. And everybody's so nice. What did I think of the volume and finger this week? I think that the volume was all fraud, mostly. And I think the buyers, whoever they are professional, so they stepped away. And now they may let it languish, and it'll give them a chance to add to their positions. But I really think it could be next week, but I really think after a pullback by about 50%, 7.5 to 4, less than 50%. I think it'll take a few days to get the momentum going again, and by definition, that puts us in August. So I think it's an August. I think it's an August trade. AMC is up $3. I hope it works for you guys. I would love it. Man, I couldn't be even happier than I could be if that would work for you guys. That would be amazing. 750. It's traded 10 million shares. I hope it works for you. I hope it goes to the bloody moon. But take some money off the table on the way up. I would love it if that worked for you. What a relief it is. It would be plop, plop, fizz, fizz, Oh, what a relief it is. Abel was I ere I saw Elba. So there was a gentleman that is holding on, but I started by saying that I thought he should look at something else. And I want to just show you this. So annoying. When you guys make a killing, I don't have any relationship with this. I don't even own any. I wish I did. If you make a killing, I'm going to respectfully tell you, and you want to get out of the market, this is one thing you can look at. The Sprott Physical Silver Trust. Symbol, P as in physical, SLV as in an abbreviation for silver. It's fully allocated, trustworthy storage, liquid. It's been around since 2010. The NAV is slightly higher than the, or slightly under. It's around $8. And you can look at this later, but silver, look at, it's already come down. The gold-silver ratio was way high, but now it's not so high. But it can go the other direction. But anyway, the uses of silver he puts here are, there's many industrial uses for silver. Photography, silverware, jewelry, industrial applications, and then there's only a little bit of silver for investment. We can talk about it again, but if you really want to get out of the market, if you're tired of all this, I think PSLV is a place you can put a little bit of your money, ignore it, and you might wake up one day and find this is up. The $8 is worth $80 or $100. And then you'll have to use all your skills to take money off the table. I agree with that, Charlie Mack. Spidey, the whales have a plan, but it doesn't have anything to do with you. Look at AMC Go. I hope the weekend is full of sugar plums. I just want to, before I go, I want to read something to you the best I can. You don't have to listen. You can talk amongst yourselves. But I want to call it out to everybody's attention. My eyesight in the last couple of weeks has really changed. I don't know why. But I have a harder time reading small print, and this is small print. But this is from the Mises Institute, and the title of it is "The Yield Curve is Now in the Deepest Inversion Since 1981." And that, I've said to you before, I think we've had 40 Goldilocks years. And now we're going, the next decade is not going to be your father's Oldsmobile. Or your Tesla. The most recent inversion of the yield curve is no small or minor inversion, but is an inversion deep into negative territory. This gives us good reason to expect a serious economic event, whether a recession or even a full-blown economic crisis. How big is big when it comes to the latest inversion? To measure the magnitude of the inversion, a line series of the gap between the yields on a long-term and short-term is calculated. The most common measure of this is the gap between the 10-year Treasury and the 3-month Treasury. If we graph this difference in the 10-year and the 3-month, we can see that we are now experiencing the largest inversion in more than 40 years. I remember talking to you about how this 40 years has been special. I can't quite read this graph, so I'm not going to put it up because I can't quite read it. But here's the inverted curve. So in response to this, some people say, if the yield curve is so inverted, where is the mass unemployment and the recession? Well, there is generally a sizable lag between the yield curve inverting and the onset of a recession. For example, the yield curve inverted in 1989, but the 1990 recession did not begin until 13 months later. Similarly, the yield curve inverted in August of 2008, but the Great Recession did not begin until in August of 2006. That's my eyesight. The yield curve inverted in August of 2006, but the Great Recession did not begin until December 2007, 16 months later. The yield curve again inverted in May of 2019, and it is extremely likely there would have been a recession in late 2020 had the Federal Reserve not engaged in massive amounts of monetary pumping throughout the year to blow a series of bubbles and allow the criminals to siphon trillions offshore. Bubbles designed to cover up the economic effects of forced lockdowns on the economy. Now, the yield curve has been inverted since November 2022. But only 7 months have passed since then. Experience suggests we could be looking at least another 6 months before the effects are clear. And these are the authors. These are the authors. Ryan McMacken, That's the graph. I can't really read the dates on it. But I think this is probably, let me see what that is. That's 1998 right there. This is probably 2000 and 2008. Let me see. Yeah, this is 1998, 99. This one here is 2000, 2001. Anyway, I didn't really want to get lost in the graphs. I just wanted to read to you that. And it goes along with my pointing out to you maybe to look into the Silver Trust. And I will go back to what I was saying about NextBridge. I believe almost by accident, you might be in the best in NextBridge. You might be in the best investment for the troubles that are coming. All right, so AMC is up $3, $7.38, $7.39. Are you out of your mind? It's almost 60 million shares. I think 15 million shares are trading in the aftermarket. The high, I can't tell. Maybe it was 880. Is that no, that's not it. I can't tell the high. It's pretty exciting for you guys. DC Flyer came in first at Hamilton here tonight. Daughter had it. She connected. That's cool. DC Flyer, that's the taxi cab. What if the troubles come before we get paid by NBH? Well, I suppose that's possible. I suppose that's possible. AMC to push finger and GTI. Well, that's true, Akira Nova. And remember, Akira Nova, in the press, I don't have any data to give you, but the press talks about how hedge funds right now on the short side are getting moitered. They're just getting red drum. The short positions are killing them. And puny little groups that pretend to be high-powered Wall Street types like Jeff Easton and Philip Valier, they don't have the staying power. Even Benchmark doesn't have the staying power. So Peter Sachs. I almost said sex, Peter, and that's because of my eyesight. I'm gonna have to go get my eyes checked. So Peter Sachs says PSLV is stored with the Canadian Mint. That implies massive counterparty risk. Canadians have proved to be good at expropriating funds. You should buy some physical and store it personally. There's also another physical silver trust out there and gold. Right now, I'm not remembering the name of it. But if you buy the BlackRock and the other ETFs that are silver and gold, it's all paper. It's all paper. And just like the stocks that you're trading, it's great as long as they're trading, but you could get wiped out. So I agree with you. The Canadian Mint is a risk. And frankly, if you were to buy physical silver, which I recommend, and we'll talk about that whenever we have some money, if you can't keep it secret, you don't want to store it at home because it'll be stolen from you in a crisis. If you can keep it secret, just put it in the laundry room and don't talk about it. if you have a place like a hunting lodge or some place, your grandparents' home, you might be able to store it there. But if you don't keep it secret, it could get stolen in a economic disaster. So then your other choices are you go to some of the other silver suppliers and you store it with them in the United States, in Canada. But in a panic, just imagine, if you will, you don't have to, but just imagine that gasoline prices go to $25, $30, and $35 a gallon. Imagine it. I'm not saying tomorrow. And imagine that all the Friday night football games don't get played. All the football games during the week don't get played. All the basketball games don't get played. Schools can't stay open. The police run out of their budget, so they can't come see you on the drop of a 911 call. More importantly, imagine what happens to our just-in-time grocery delivery system when truckers can't deliver the food as often or as inexpensively. The shelves will be cleared in a week or two. Imagine as gasoline prices are going up, our system of gasoline, basically a lot of our storage of gasoline is in the pipes and it's in the trucks and it's at the gas stations. Most people do not fill their tanks. But in a panic, if everyone went and topped up their tanks, the system would be drained in less than a few days. And then it would take months to get back to equilibrium. So imagine in those situations, if you will, what happens to those young men and young women who no longer have distractions at high school and college? What happens to the mothers and fathers who have no food? What happens as groups of people gather in desperation with no food, no restraint, the weather's hot, and they're starving? They start maybe not rampaging, but they start going to houses, breaking in, seeing if food is there, and seeing if there's silver and gold. Houses. But they may go to where the storage units are and break in there and break in and get gold and silver at some of these U.S. places. So I don't know that there's a perfect place to store gold and silver. And then you could store it in Hong Kong, but there's many situations, economic scenarios you can come up with that cause the United States to be at war with China. So how secure would your precious metals be in Hong Kong? I don't know. They may keep it secure. I don't know. There's Singapore, which should be very secure. But Singapore is an island off of the coast of Malaysia. How far away is that from China? Almost half, or a third anyway, of Kuala Lumpur's population is China. Chinese. I don't know. I don't know if that would be safe. There's Switzerland, which is what I recommended to you last time. But I think Switzerland has its problems too with confiscation maybe because of the Eurozone. But I think Switzerland might be the best place out of them all. It's in the Alps. It's hard to get tanks up there, hard to get troops up there. Planes and bombs could go up there, but the vaults are in the... That is not my vault. Anyway, I don't know that there's any 100% safe solution. So my best answer is, if you're going to try to diversify into precious metals, don't put it all in one. Don't store your eggs all in one basket. AMC definitely could set off Finger next week. And if AMC runs, you guys, well, now bank safe deposit box in I guess it was in the Depression, but FDR confiscated gold. So do you want your gold at a safe deposit box? I don't think I would put my precious metals there. I think you just have to plan on being lucky. Do you feel lucky, punk? Well, do you? Just got me PSLV. I think that's great. The historical price difference between platinum and gold. I love that, Roger. Going to the local coin shop. I think that's great. Well, if the premiums go over spot by a lot, your choice is really narrow. One is you can buy junk silver, but they'll be expensive. Two is you can buy at some of these places the open rounds, the tarnished silver, and it's not up as high. But the other choice is to buy physical silver in brokerage firms. The problem, I forget who did bring it up. The problem with the Canadian Mint might be one, but the problem with buying anything in your brokerage account, the bank which will collapse if silver runs up is JP Morgan Chase. It'll collapse. And there'll be a lot of follow-on effects. So the shares in your accounts might not be safe. So then you decide, do I want to get my PSLV delivered to me in physical certificate form? I have a goal, if this works out, and I'm going to try to do it with Ham, to try to find a transfer agent, either buy it or become such friends with it that we can get delivery of our shares, and then easily, if there's a protocol for proof, we can easily always get it put back in the system. But the best thing is to take it out of your brokerage account. You can store it under my bed. Judge Zern threw it out basically. I don't understand the ramifications other than I get that the ape short couldn't be placed inside of the AMC short. So I get that. That's good, Peter Sachs. Government thieves will go for low-hanging first, so will the thieves. Store some within your reach, spread over several locations, prepare honeypots for thieves. There may be many strategies. That's good. The beef supply is already following the science. Well, actually, it's the pigs. But now they're starting to follow the science with the cows. 755. We're up $3 in AMC. I hope you guys are knocking it dead. I really do. I hope on Monday it's $40. That would be terrific. But I wouldn't buy it now. I think they're going to drive it back down. That shows my lack of trust. Shows my lack of trust. So, all I know is I left my heart in San Francisco, high on a hill. It waits for me, where little cable cars climb halfway to the stars. Judge denied the APE to AMC conversion and reverse split. Ah, and the reverse split. There you go. That's what's happening. Oh, you're the best, Tom M. You're the best, Tom M. I look forward to dinner. Tom M. I don't own any APE. I don't either. I don't own any AMC. The fact that they denied the reverse split, that means all that collateral that's sitting in the shorts accounts has to stay there. They're in trubs. They're in trubs. My love waits there in San Francisco. 750, 751, 750. We now have 60 million, 64, 65 million shares. I hope you guys get bloody rich. I hope you guys get bloody rich. I'm going to be a little jealous. But hey, that's what happens. And if you're in Spain, you get yellows. Yellows. That's what happens when you don't pay the ticky. No ticky, no laundry. Hang on one sec. All right, sorry about that. That was ham. I just before I forget on the Sprott Physical Silver Trust. You're right. Maybe the Canadian Mint is something to worry about, but on the other hand, maybe it's not. But I want to tell you, I trust Eric Sprott, and that goes a long way too. So that's an honorable organization. Anyway, that was him. He had a baby boy grandson today. So I know the name, but I'm not going to say it because I don't want two and two put together. You saw Tony Bennett on the street in Manhattan? That's pretty cool. Morty, that's kind. What's my 2 cents on the Fed digital dollar and Fed now? I don't think it's going to work. We already spend most of our money electronically. I don't know so much about the Fed now. I guess it's a settlement system for bigger amounts of money, but it's like Venmo or like Zelle hell. I don't know what's wrong with the SWIFT system, but maybe it's a new way to squeeze out parts of the world. I don't know what our strategy is. The rest of the world has the IBAN system. They'll come up with other ways, blockchain. The United States is living in post-World War fantasies, World War II fantasies of how it was. We're not there anymore. We're just one country. We're not indispensable. We may be one of the most important countries, but anyway, I don't know much about Fed now. The digital currency, I don't think is going to work. They will really have to step up surveillance, military presence, getting us to rat on each other, because I think people will come up with alternative ways to pay for things and avoid putting income across the Federal Reserve digital coin. I'm really skeptical that it'll work unless we become a militarized society. He's a grand old pig. He's a grand old man. And All right, so one thing I wanted to do now that the market is closed, I think they'll open up September. Oh, they've already opened up September. Let's see if I think October maybe too. Nope, just September. They opened up September calls already. But let's look at the Augusts. Okay, August 5s on the ask closed at 60 cents. The August 6s closed at 50 cents. The August 7s closed at 40 cents. The August 8s closed at 35 cents. The August 9s at 30 cents. The August 10s at 25 cents. So yesterday, the August 5s closed on the ask at 85 cents. Today, 60 cents. The 6s, 65 cents. Today, 50 cents. The 7s, 55 cents. Today, 40 cents. The 8's 45 cents today, 35 cents. The 9's 40 cents today, 30 cents. The 10's 35 cents today, 25 cents. Let's see how they do Monday and Tuesday. Because now people's money, the near month is August. People's money will go to September. You think Kenny Boy is manipulating Finger as a favor? Well, Vinman, it's possible. The other thing that's possible is that Jeff Easton was trained by Ken Griffin. It's possible. Ken Griffin might have given the seed money to set up the Lynn Partners, and he may split the profits with them. So, and maybe all Jeff Easton's role is a bounty he gets for signing up companies. I mean, you're right to think, number one, conspiratorially, and number two, I think you're right to think, let me put it a different way, I wouldn't put anything beyond these guys. All right, so you're Jamaican me crazy. I don't know what else to look at. Oh, I do know. I'm sorry. Two people asked me about logic, and I wrote it down here somewhere, and I have, or maybe I wrote it on that board. Let me see what I can tell you. I might not be able to tell you very much. I think I can tell you this. With the logic, as of yesterday, there was a fourth round of SEC questions on, or comments they call it, on the S4. I have the specific number of questions. I'm not going to say that unless I just did. I don't think I did. But I'm also not going to say, more importantly, I'm not going to say how many they answered and how many are left. But suffice it to say, they answered already the majority of the questions, and they're just finalizing the last answer to the comment, which had to do with the SPAC, de-SPAC situation. And they are aiming now they're expecting to get that answer back now. It may have happened today. So they are aiming for a completion of the logic transaction, the data logic into the Aubrey SPAC, August. I don't know if it's beginning, middle, or end, but August, which is in line with what we've discussed. So that would imply that they expect that this last round of comments will be the last round of comments from the SEC, and that approval could come very quickly, maybe tonight or maybe next Friday. And then then we'll have public announcements on logic. The stock is down because logic is logic. They're going to distribute data logic, which is the heart and brains of logic, to the SPAC, and they're going to de-SPAC that. That's going to become called data logic. And then logic exists, as far as the shorts are concerned, as a shell. Well, logic, as Brent has said on these calls to us, logic is already either in advanced stages or already maybe, if you read between the lines, completed. an acquisition that will simultaneously go into the shell that's bigger than the one they announced last year that they allowed to expire. So Data Logic, it's already been priced at $114 million, $10 a share of the NASDAQ traded Aubrey SPAC. That's worth over $1 a share, like I can't remember, $1.15 or something a share to you. So you'll get that one piece of paper will become worth over $1 a share. Plus there's 2 or 3 transactions pending over there too. And then on the Logic side, the deal they let go was worth $40 to $50 to $60 a share. So one can presume if they let the deal go, the next one must be better. So call it 50 cents a share, not going up, way up. So you add $1 with 50 cents a share, you have something that's worth 30 cents right now. In the short run, it's going to be 2 pieces of paper, $1 and one for 50 cents. Do they trade right up there? I don't know. The guidance remains the same, that the combined companies expect to exit this year or near to maybe the first quarter. It's an estimate. Exit with an annualized over $100 million in revenue. And the target, I think, that you can expect on Logic possibly in 12 or 18 months, unless everything blows up, could be as high as $8 or $10 a share. But I think from here, 30 cents to say 4x to 5x, 30 cents to $1, $1.25, $1.50 could happen in the next, sort of August, September range. Maybe just say the next 90 days. So how would it be? How is it possible to beat Kenny? He's a bully. He's greedy. He's paying off everybody. But with the fight of Drew Diligence, Junk Savvy, the Statue of Liberty, Syntax, Busy Brands, all the lawyers, Not Legal Advice, Little JR, the 200,000 people that are fighting this, that can change the awareness of the pool, the players who are allowing Kenny Boy to steal and be greedy. What Ken Griffin provides to the market is not liquidity. It is not cheaper prices for us. I mean, he can say we don't pay commission, but we don't get any movement in stocks upward. The liquidity is downward. He's not transparent. He front runs every trade in the payment for order flow. This is a man that got in a battle to put up a light tower, either in New Jersey or in Chicago, 100 feet in front of another light tower so that his nanosecond computers would beat the nanosecond computers of his competitor. He is a greedy thief, and he wants a piece of everything because he's a greedy slob. And what's going to change is people going to recognize he doesn't add any value at all. It's a complete fraud and a lie. That's what can change. Perception can change. And then he goes down, and he goes down worse than Bernie Madoff. Yeah, I hope it happens. AC, I sold my 8 months ago to get into GTII. Still have my AMC. Can't believe I actually made a good decision. I'm glad you did. Kenny Boy bragged that he knows how to psychologically manipulate retail. One way he attacked AMC was to make you regret not selling and trying to get back in at a lower price. He's a tool. He's a tool. All right, guys. It's 5:35. Do you know where your children are? Where do they keep finding the money to keep bringing down Finger and other stocks? Well, I can't quite work it out to you without using a piece of paper, but I think they were selling puts, maybe buying puts because they knew they were going to drive this down, maybe selling calls that short, and then crossing stock. They have computers doing this for them, and that might have given them some money. But it doesn't take money for them to fraud. I've shown you before. They get one LLC to short the stock. Another LLC buys it from that LLC, but they're short. And so on and so on. If they get 20 of them doing it, it's racketeering, it's manipulation, it's illegal as hell. But Gary Gensler just doesn't see it, doesn't care. Why? Because it's profitable for Goldman Sachs. And it's profitable for the clients of Goldman Sachs. Money makes your moralism quite subjective. They have margin money? I don't think they have margin money. They had a good week. They had a good 5 or 6 days. They got it from 7.5 down to 4. They started at 144. There's 160 million shares short. From four to $1.50 is 250. On 100 million, that's 250 million they need in their accounts. On half of that, it's 125 million. So they need 375 million in their accounts. Now look, they may have other deals, but in the broadest sense, that's the minimum they need. But most prime brokers are asking them for much more than that. $5 a share, maybe more. So no, they don't have margin money. They're still in trouble. And maybe they filled their tanks somewhat with some cash. Maybe they're going to be able to manipulate it using puts and calls next week. I can't figure all that out. All I can tell you is it'll be illegal. It'll be racketeering. It'll be coordinated fraud, and Gary Gensler will do nothing about it. But offsetting it is buying. How long can they maintain the cost of carrying more shorts when buyers come in? Tough finish to the week. Well, not unexpected once they started the stock down. That's true. They can't let it go up. Well, that's true Wall Street hustle. We could have sold higher. One other thing we could have done is sell part. You don't have to, your position doesn't have to, if it's up, sell a little bit. Or half or whatever. So if that's true, the squeeze could be a long way away. No, I think the squeeze is going to happen in August. But Could it be a long way away? Yeah, by definition. The fraud in the system is massive. But I think the squeeze is going to happen in August or September. But let me put it this way. I don't want to be out of it for August. Maybe it's September instead of August. Within the next 90 days, I think the squeeze can happen. It's not just margin, it's a lot of public noise with regulators as well, which is why they will settle few of this soon. Yeah, I guess they'll settle up or let a couple of these run. Where are the Asian buyers? Doesn't look like that happened. Well, I don't know about that. But let's think it through, Brazil. If the Asian buyers are the same group who made several Chinese, Hong Kong stocks run, they are rumored to have a lot of retail high net worth investors. They have probably a lot of lawyers. They're Chinese, probably more than Western, more than U.S., so they're very deliberate, very careful, very hardworking. And if you, Brazil, were in their shoes, let's say you were managing money for funds and yourself and for a bunch of investors, and you had made HKD run, TOP run, several others, like 10 or 15 other stocks run. When you called your investors, would you do it the way I do it and just say, hey, you should buy some of the Sprott Physical Silver Trust? Or would you, since you're in the business of being a bank, in the business of being a broker, would you say, hey, we have a new idea for you? And we think it's a similar story to the last dozen that we put you in. But we have to get the paperwork done because we're setting up a new investment vehicle where we can raise the money. We'll have you sign off. After it's done, we'll give you the name. You can after you've committed to this and we're fully funded, they may share the name. But until then, they set up the Asian investors short squeeze number 16 Technology Fund 2023 special purpose vehicle. So how long does that take to put together? Would they just take the document off the shelf from all the other ones they did and they hurry and the lawyer's done? Or are they going to make sure that every T is crossed, every I is dotted, and every quieten is spelled correctly? I have a feeling, Brazil show, you can make a pretty good argument that if this is a professional group, and if they are dealing with high net worth individuals, and if they want to make this a big success, that they're putting together investment documents. That's number one. You could also think, I believe, that those documents could take 1, 2, 3 weeks to put together. That's been my experience is documents from lawyers can take weeks, months. But I think you could expect 1, 2, 3 weeks for that to happen. Then 3, I think you could expect that the bankers and the brokers within the group may take 1, 2, 3 weeks to raise the money. Fly in, hobnob, get the signature, and so maybe there's a period where they raise the money for this special purpose vehicle. Now, to the extent that they have a general purpose investment fund, maybe they've already started buying a little bit. But it's highly unlikely that they are going to raise money from investors in a blind trust. It's highly unlikely that they're going to have a fund just sitting there that can put tens of millions of dollars to work. I believe that, for me, it makes complete sense that this professional, put every step in the right place group is probably working on an investment document as big as a prospectus, which can take weeks, months, but I think maybe 2 or 3 weeks makes sense. And then they're raising the money. They have to tell the story. They have to go out and call their go-to investors. And they have to get the 20% of their investors that give them 80% of the money. They fund it. Then probably, as a big firm, my guess is somebody's written up the proposal. It has to get approval. It may even have to go to a board approval before it initiates. I don't know how long that takes. So I don't see any evidence that as you put it, the Asian investors are not here. Somebody's been buying. But I also don't see that, because there hasn't been a tsunami of buying yet, that it doesn't mean that they aren't considering that. If they are, I don't have any inside information here. And if I did, I wouldn't share it. But it makes sense to me that they will be very careful. So it gives another reason to me that the buying might be delayed. Maybe next week, but I'm not sure next week the documents would be ready. It would be logical to me that if you were going to tell investors there's a closing date, you might pick the last day of July, which I think is 2 Mondays from now. You might. It would be a logical place for me. So it gives me another reason why I think maybe August is the time that you'll see the buying. But no, I'm not negative that the Asians' money, if it's there, is gone. I'm also not negative that whoever that's been buying Finger, I don't believe they would stop buying, because it would be just like just saying, come kill my investment to the shorts. So no, I don't see it the way you see it. I think this week was unique in there was an all-out attack. There's arrogant guy on Twitter that warned people that this was coming. So he knew it, which makes him a racketeer, makes him part of it. And I know his name. But they organized this attack. They bought puts, sold calls. They walked it down. Gensler looks the other way. Gensler isn't interested in the over-the-counter markets. There's no glory there. He needs to be in front where the cameras are, glad-handing. He thinks he has talent. He's just a suck-up with no backbone. So no, I don't agree with you. I don't see any evidence that quote unquote Asian money isn't here. On the other hand, I don't see any evidence that there could still be a lot of buying. And if it's not Asian money, whoever has been buying, I think will continue to buy. Well, people say sell, buy lower, sell. It's a wash sale. But D. McDermott, if you sell at 7 and buy back at 4, who cares about it being a wash sale? Doesn't Finger have earnings coming out on August 8th? I don't think so because they already announced their earnings, but perhaps. I don't think it happened yet. Well, no, I'm not sure about that. I don't know who's been buying, but it very easily could be. It very easily could be some subset of this group, if they're buying. We're hearing all this. We don't have an announcement. All I can tell you is somebody has been buying, and it looks like professional buying, and I don't think it'll stop. But we'll find out. Hey, Reggie Dog, thank you. Giannis, I feel Finger and GTI squeeze will be done and of this month or early August. Don't see it going into September. The time is now. Well, that's also a good point, Giannis. The buildup of pressure on Finger would imply that the squeeze would come sooner rather than later. So sort of late July, August makes more sense maybe than September. That's a good point. Lou started talking about this last year. He calls it the chicken apocalypse. Told his followers to stock up on food supplies and precious metals. Well, Cindy, I agree with Lou. I've been talking about it for, 15, 18 years. But and I've mentioned it on these calls, but I give great credit to Lou. I think Lou has the ability to project. I think Lou sees trends, and I think Lou is able to put strategies together so that people can be in either a financially better position or in a safe position. So I congratulate Lou for talking about it and recommending it. From what I understand, Ham said they were already buying, not putting it together. I don't know. WPF Trust. Media junk. I don't know. What would Ham know? I don't know. Would they have told him that? I know he met with representatives. We all know that. But would they have said, we have a general purpose fund and we're just going to buy it out of our general purpose fund? We keep X amount of money there for special situations? It doesn't sound right to me. Maybe they start establishing a position. Look, every house is different, but monies are in different pools. They're in different funds. Merrill Lynch had MULN, Merrill Lynch Asset Management. They had the SciTech Fund, the Merrill Lynch Realty Trust Fund, the the government securities fund. They have monies in different places and different approval processes. I don't know. You might be right. I might be seeing a complicated bureaucratic process and the proper steps to fulfill SEC requirements, whereas maybe it's just as simple as, let's have a meeting in New York. Okay, done, we'll do it. And it's, Blue Star loves Finger. Blue Sky loves Finger. I don't know. I'll stick with my analysis. I think there's a process, and I think there's legal documents, and I think there's a period of talking to investors, and I think there's a period of full disclosure, and I think there's a period of approval, and I think there's a period of salesmanship to the upstairs. And there may be some pockets of money that have the ability to commit without all that. But if you're going to put serious capital to it, I'll stick with my analysis that it takes a little bit of time. I could be wrong. I'm often wrong. I just don't admit it. Cindy Lou doesn't do lives. Well, Cindy, I've only talked about it, I don't know, a handful of times. But I don't spend a lot of time on it. My goal, Cindy, was to have, hopefully one of these things would have worked by now. I don't necessarily find it useful to talk about what to do with the money until the egg has hatched. But I see tremendous financial dislocations coming. And one of the reasons I've been doing this for these stocks is I think there will be a financial panic. And I'd like you to have enough resources to survive the panic. Panics don't last long because panics run out of energy. They either turn into depression or they turn into, let's get back to work. But if you can get through that storm with your home paid for, with some precious metals, with cash at home, I think you need small bills because the ATMs won't be working. $5, $20, $100, $50s, dollars. Why? Nobody will have change. I think the dollars will still act as currency at the local markets. You should have probably junk silver. Don't open it unless you need it, because if it doesn't happen, you can sell it quickly. You should probably, why? Because a silver dime could buy you maybe a gallon of gasoline, but there's going to be no change. There won't be change. So it gives you denominations that you can use. You need water at home. You need foodstuffs at home. I won't recommend on guns one way or the other, but you need to be friends with your neighbors. You have to have a tight-knit community. Otherwise, you'll be forgotten. No one will look out for you. And most of all, you have to have a plan. If you need to bug out, you got to have a strategy to get out. Martin Armstrong doesn't think this is coming until basically a decade from now. But it could start tomorrow. Lou, I don't know where Lou's starting point comes from, but I think Lou is able, as I've said before, I think he's able to make predictions and see trends and see opportunities. And I think he does give his best advice on that. Where I saw this starting is from the perspective of energy prices at some point skyrocketing. That's where I started. But then that bleeds into climate change. That bleeds into studying the financial world. And then studying precious metals, understanding that the banks can go down, understanding how fragile our financial system is. So yes, Cindy Lou Who, I think you do need, and each of us has to do it. And if you're not prepared, just having the knowledge is preparation. Because in a panic, you'll know some of the things you want to do. But it's water, first aid kits, food, friends, family, neighbors, maybe having a bolt hole to escape to. I go back and forth. Do you want to be in the suburbs where literally packs of teenagers could roam? Or do you want to be in the city where packs of teenagers can roam? I don't know. I know in the city, I lived near the White House so that I figure the troops will be around. But I'm no longer where I was. So I don't know if it's still the same. But I made that much of a thought process 20 some years ago, almost 25 years ago. To be in an area where there'll be police or troop protection. Because when people are swarming and are hungry and are as Gerald Celente says, when people lose everything, they lose it. And I'm already seeing fraying of basic trust in society. I went to Safeway to buy laundry detergent. I couldn't buy it. Everything was locked up. And then a very kind manager helped me after I found her. And she said, we have to lock it all up because people come in and they steal multiples and we can't stop them. That's the beginning to signs of the civility of civilization breaking apart. And for those of you who are women, equal rights don't go very far when civilization falls apart. For guys like me, older, equal rights don't go very far. Because it'll go to these powerful gangs, gang leaders, whatever. It's pretty scary, Cindy Lou Who. So I didn't spend a lot of time talking about it. One, because it'll make me look like a complete mental case. Two, I don't think we're there yet to make those decisions. And three, I'm not positive that it's going to be as bad as the fearmongers talk about. We can wake up and we can start demanding of our local governments and our neighborhoods protections. And we can be aware. But, the train derailments in this country that are destroying our food processing plants, destroying our farms and water systems with poison chemicals that'll be there for thousands of years in Ohio, some of our best farmland, so-called, let's follow the science, the forest fires in Canada, the other things that are going on. If we were at war, I would say these are acts of sabotage, but we're not at war. And we have a very wise policy that's not racist, not anti people around the world. we've decided to let 7 million people come into the United States, skipping in front of the immigration processes we have in place, because I guess we need them. We're helping them. We know after a quick glance and a quick cell phone call that they're all good people and they mean well. And they don't have any diseases. They're not members of gangs. They're coming from all over the world. The stands, Africa, the former Soviet Union, Middle East, China, South America. But these are good people coming to share in the American dream, and they wouldn't be a threat to our system or a threat if our economy breaks apart. Cindy Lou, I've spoken many times that if you're looking at your bank statement and your securities account statement as your wealth, now I think you're making a mistake. One of the times I showed that the 40 years, I can't read this because of my eyesight, but this is a 40-year graph. It doesn't tell me much, but this 40 years has been a Goldilocks period. Interest rates have been low, real estate's gone up, stock market's gone up. We really haven't had major wars that have affected the majority of population, although we do have these endless, it seems like endless wars elsewhere. We've had economic growth, computer growth, GDP has grown. Our quality of life has just seemed to get better and better and better. But now our society is changing. And is it going to be better or worse? I don't know. It's going to be different. And if you make money in Finger, if you make money in GTII, if you make money in AMC, putting that cash and leaving it in a bank or leaving it in your brokerage firm as wealth is probably a mistake. No one knows exactly what's going to happen. But probably paying off debt from the hellish debt collectors is the first thing you'd want to do. Probably, maybe, owning your home or owning your business, owning a farm. These things you know, owning something you know might make sense. That cash flows, but at least you're safe. So you know you eat, you're near a hospital, you have your friends. Only you can know that. I think you have to live where you're going to be for the next 10, 15, 20 years. I don't think travel is going to be as easy as it's been. And then Lou's right. I think you need to have some of these foods in place in case you can't get out to the store. I think you need water. Precious metals is a whole, it's not straight up as clear as it can be. There has to be some strategy involved, but I think that's a place. I think there are going to be places in the stock market where you can remain dividend producing. I think oil and gas. I'm debating, as I've already mentioned, maybe you have to bring some of the certificates home so you can get those dividend checks and those yields. But there will be brokerage firm collapses. And just imagine your MMTLP multiplied by thousands. In other words, if Wells Fargo goes down, and they seize the assets to cover margin calls and bad trades in all of our accounts. We're entitled to those assets, but it will be fought in the court for years. And what will you get back? Yeah, lose right. Lose right. Yep. Craig Dubs, that's a good point. Your checking account when you're in debt is a mirage. I have a friend in Spain, she always tells me, she says debt is slavery. Cindy, that's perfect. Taking care of your family and all that. I think, look, I don't want to put fear out there either. I'm not 100% sure that the gold bugs, which I might be one of them, are going to be 100% right. The United States is not going to let its position of power, its financial position, collapse. As much as the BRICS want to take over, it's not going to happen all at once. It's already been happening. But if we return to a government people could trust and a financial system that people can trust, we'll be around a long, long time. We'll be around a long, long time. Lou and his buddies used to hold space calls on this subject. Well, the part of the reason people hold space calls on it is they're still learning themselves. We'll do that, Cindy. We'll talk about all that. But if you're like me, my interest is seeing if we can make these work so then we can translate it into the things Lou is talking about. BRICS is another thing, and I'm sorry, Cindy, it's something that I've been I don't know how long Lou's been talking about it, but I've been literally talking about it with my friends and investors for almost 20 years. Now, the name BRICS just came up by some clever analyst, but anyway, let's just leave it at that. I can't prove it to you. Two, I don't like patting myself on the back or anything. But what I do, the importance of it is that these trends have been obvious for a long, long time if people studied it. Now it's in the mainstream media. And what's funny, Cindy, as soon as I see it in the media, I start distrusting it. I'm wondering, well, is it really going to happen now? That's kind of how I am. So, but China's and the Saudis are buying up farmland. We are at war. We are at war. And maybe I'm not saying we're at full war or anything, but we have a lot of debt, Cindy, and a lot of the priming the pump of that debt didn't happen because I think trillions of dollars went to Germany, Panama, Cayman Islands. These criminals have funneled it offshore. And I believe a lot of these guys, like the Kramers and the Jeff Eastons of the world, were taught how to do it. Sabby was 23 years old when he started. He had to have been taught by somebody like Ken Griffin or Stevie Cohen, like them. And so it's the bank system funneling a lot of that trillions of dollars offshore. So it didn't have an impact on our economy. And whatever your political views are, I think it makes a great deal of sense to bring back industrial capacity to the United States and bring back our ability to pay off our debt, but also to provide income so we're all more secure. And anyway, Cindy, I think Lou's right. Yeah, Woody, they all thought I was crazy. That's right, Giannis. Well, the coins are not Federal Reserve, by the way. If you have coins, coins are U.S. Treasury. Yeah, so I've always thought that Lou has, and I've said that, you might have missed it. I think Lou has made a lot of recommendations with your interests in heart, and I think he has had vision. I guess that's the word I'm looking for. And I think he's called some things out when it was tough to call them out, like ape, for example. Little thing you can do, Cindy, that gentleman on the call talked about, no one seems to like him, but you can invest in treasuries directly at the U.S. Treasury. I would do short term, 1 month, 3 months, whatever. I don't know. I've never done it. You can do it at a brokerage firm, and I used to buy them for clients. But to do it at the Treasury, you know it's at the Treasury. Yeah? I wouldn't disagree with you, Cindy. I wouldn't disagree with you. I think people can make mistakes, but I don't want to revisit that. But it doesn't mean that their overall efforts are wrong. And so, anyway. I think Lou is 100% correct on XRP. Bitcoin. Don't know a lot about XLM. But anyway, I really think that he... Anyway, I'm going to leave it at that. I just think he is someone you can listen to for that strategy to get through what's ahead. My goal has been pretty modest. I'd like to see you become financially independent, even if it's in a small way. Be great if it's in a massive way. But see, I don't think that even if you have millions of dollars now, we don't know what that's going to be worth in the new iteration of our life. We do know that water will still be worth water, oil will still be worth oil, gold will still be worth gold, food will still be worth food, as examples. If you're in a business that you make suits will still be worth suits, shoes will still be, and so on and so on. But none of us really know what vehicles in the electronic world of money and accounts are actually going to have value on the other side. But the market won't disappear. The market won't disappear. And it's entirely possible that the stock market goes rocketing to massive highs before there's any crisis. The debt market is really what we should be watching, and we're not. We're not even in debt markets. But interest rates are very high. Now, if we go into a depression, will they stay high? Probably not. If we go into a recession, will they stay high? Maybe. The Fed is trying to preserve the integrity of the dollar. This is my simplistic analysis. So the Saudis continue to price oil in dollars. But that might not last much longer either. And I've been talking about that for 25 years. You just didn't know me all that time. So, anyway. Well, don't worry about AMC running right now. It's not proven that AMC is going to squeeze next week. It's very possible that the stock corrects Monday morning. I'm not saying it will, and I'm not wishing it will. I'd love it to go up. But you're up 330. It's 77 million shares. And the big thing going for AMC, you got so many people will start piling in on it. But I don't know that they'll let it really run a lot. I don't know. We'll find out. And I'll try to read up on it over the weekend. I'm not in it, so I'm going to miss out. But I'm not going to buy into it because I don't trust it. Yeah, could be at 5 on Monday. Star SS, I spoke about MMTLP. If you can move your shares, Star, what do you want? Do you want a cash settlement? Then don't move your shares. If you can move them, which I'd be surprised if you can, but if you can move them, you would be investing in what I think is going to be a great oil and gas company. But there's risks in oil and gas companies. If you invest in that company, MMTLP, I've just gone through the whole thing. But I think it's worth right now $100 a share. But you don't believe it. And just because I think it's worth that much doesn't mean that's what it'll be worth. I have no idea. Could be worth $15. Could be worth $20. But I think it's worth a lot. But who am I? I'm somebody that's raised money for oil and gas companies. I've immersed myself in oil and gas. And I'm the first person to say that's always something new. And I don't know what I'm talking about in oil and gas. But I believe that it's a great company. So if you want that, see if you can do it. If you want a cash settlement, that's not the way to do it, because you're not going to get your money, I don't think, unless there's huge shifts in the market. I think you're 18 months, 2 years, 3 years away from getting money out of there too. So, if I don't think you can do it. How many? Do you mind saying approximately how many shares you have? Just approximate. Over something, under something. You don't have to give the exact amount. Within 5. I don't know. Just roughly. Okay, 24. you could split it up. You know, you could put 12 in and 12 out. Well, you don't have to tell me your firm. Are you a big account at your firm? I personally think you'll have a hard time getting that in, but I would tell you, Star, if I were you, if you were me, I would transfer my shares. That's what I would do. Well, Woody, I think Logic is going to be worth $1 to $1.50 pretty soon. I think GoLogic is going to be worth $4 to $4.50. Probably it'll be third or fourth quarter. Finger, I think, is going to squeeze in August/September, and GTII, I think, will go with Finger. Do it then, Star. If they told you that, do it. Do it. Do it till you're satisfied. Come on and do it. Do it. Do it till you're satisfied. That's my opinion. I can't give you, but I would, if they say they can do it, just do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. So. And then just treat it as a private investment. They call it a private placement. And like any, number one, I don't know if you're an accredited investor, but if you're not, you can't get into these special private placements. Number two, I don't know what you paid, but the minimums on the investments could be a lot more. So just look at that. I'm in a private placement, and I think that'll be brilliant. I know, Spiny. I want Finger to go first so that I can buy more GTII. But at this point, I'm so worn out. If AMC went, and Lou looked like the biggest genius in the world. I don't know. Did you say he's recommend? I can't remember if you're saying he's recommending AMC. But if you guys all made all the money in the world and I didn't make anything, I would feel so much relief. If I turned on this computer one day and all of you guys were giddy with financial overflow, I would love it. I would just love it. Even if it left me out, I would love it. So it would be first. Second would be if they go like that movie, The Dukes, would be for arrogant short sellers to lose everything. I've been sitting so long, my legs are sore. All right, so it's 6:28. I think. Oh, he just wants it over. Yeah. Well, of all of his recommendations that I'm most intrigued by, it's that I'm going to get it wrong. Begins with an X. But it's the payment system. That makes a lot of sense to me. There's another one that I invested in, which I'll tell you about when I get up to speed on, that I think could be huge. It's for contracts. It's a Bitcoin for contracts. Ethereum. But I think we need to focus and don't looking good, Billy Ray. Feeling good. Louis, feeling good, Louis. I don't, even though AMC is up on 80 million, almost 80 million shares, it's almost doubled. I'm not sure it's going to continue. And if it does, I think it's great. If you can take a little bit of your money off the table here, just a little, you'll feel so good. But I can't give you advice. But man, if I had AMC at $8, which it might be, and I can turn around and buy Finger at $4, I would do that, at least with some money. But don't get me wrong. Right now, it seems like AMC might be running, which is new information we didn't know. So sometimes you have to ride the hot hand. And how's GME trading? It's up a little bit. Older people need to get up at least every 2 hours to stretch and prevent blood clots. Ugh. I hate admitting it. Life is a weird experience because just as you get comfortable in one phase of your life, it's over. That's the one. I think it's XRP. Damn Yankee. You're nothing but a blank damn lanky. Feel good, Louie. All right, so it's 6:32. I wish the wealth of the ungodly is stored up for the righteous. XRP, XLM, Solo. I don't know. The wealth is all around us. XRP at 30 cents is awesome. This morning I got up early and I walked my dog. And I got to tell you, the weather was beautiful. The birds were singing. I met a big Bernese mountain dog called Miller. I met a bunch of other dogs. It was a blessed morning. So that's wealth. Next week gonna be nice, damn Yankee. I hope so. I think if you guys are right about AMC, and I wouldn't necessarily worry that you're out of it. You can always trade it. I think you'll have a chance. And maybe Lou will be able to give you, hey Jenny, maybe Lou will be able to give you ideas on how to trade it. But I think the next sort of 2 months could be really exciting in Finger, and I would weight my excitement to the front end of the next 2 months. Yeah, XRP, I wish I'd gotten in it when it was cheaper. I think when I first started looking at it, and it was before Lou mentioned it, but Lou's mentioning got me interested. I think it was well over $1. Well, Jenny L, guess what? Ham is a grandpa. Grandpa bought a rubber. That's, thank you, Mike. That's Steve Martin's line. Anyway, well, grandparents are the best. I wish I were a grandparent, but I'm not even a parent. Apparently, I won't be a grandparent. Let me show you, Jenny. Jenny. Okay, Jenny. Okay, Jenny. There's the young hamster. Tomorrow, grandson hamster is going to have a 3:30 call. Oh, no, you're too busy living, Jenny. You're too busy living. Yeah, cutie pie. We'll go out. We'll go out. All right, I'm going to go to 6:45 since Jenny just came on. And I don't know. As usual, for whomever I got upset with, I apologize. I don't know how my I really don't know if I should be doing this anymore. But I came on today because the stock was down, and I think one of the worst things is to not be there. You know, when the going is tough, gets tough, the tough go shopping. My sister used to tell me. So I'm a rambling guy. So I made a lot of money. I know how to pick up girls. So I made a lot of money. Let's see. I've invested in cardboard at $10 a ton, and I sold it at $12 a ton. I bought 2 tons. Well, you figure out the math. All right, Samo. Samo. He's a cutie pie. I don't know, Woody. I'll keep doing it, but it drains me sometimes, which I'm not complaining about. But there's times I turn it off and I'm embarrassed and I'm mad at myself. So I could do it better, but I don't know. When the whole thing is, Jimmy Carter used to say, "Why not the best?" But he also said, "Why not now?" You know, when am I going to do it better? I got to do it. No, there was no Ham call. Ham had a Bambino. He's a grandpa, so he couldn't do it. But I'm sure he'll come out of the gate roaring. And you guys have... Oh, Lucky boy. We'll go, Lucky. You guys have 7 minutes. I taught you a lot. I don't know. Lou probably taught you a lot. Jenny, you're always great. 10 grandsons, 2 granddaughters doing what they oughter. I bet they are cuter than they can be. I bet they're cuter than they can be. Um, like any guy, I think the little girls are so cute, but the little boys are great. They're just great. And I'll tell you what, I'm not going to go into it, but the one thing I think society should protect is our children. He had a bambino. A bambino, not a bambina. All right, Ronald. Rondell, you. Thank you. Um, he's a grandpa. Uh, oh my gosh. Breaks my heart. There's a push. I don't know if it's true, but it's in some of the blogs and news sources I read. I just can't believe it. But just to standardize, just to take away the innocence of childhood. Your retirement is fishing and fixing dirt bikes. Isn't that how life starts? Wife and kids, Giannis, after the squeeze. Uh, you know what I'd like? That'd be great on I Street Park to see the squirrels. I'd love to take a break, but I also want to, I feel like it's going to happen right now. I would love to get married and have kids, but I think maybe God, God gave me my chances, and maybe I squandered them. So we'll see what comes. We'll see what comes. Yeah, we'll see what comes. I know you do, Jenny. I know you do. The Cindy Lou, 4 grandchildren and 2 great grandchildren. Wow. So the first 4 grandchildren aren't great? Just kidding. Just kidding. All right, lucky boy. Just wait 3 minutes, okay? 3 minutes. I don't know. Someone for me has. I think I've met someone for me several times, but you gotta meet them when they see you as someone for them, and you've got to do it. I don't know. It's too much for me. I don't know how any of you. I'm highly adoptable. 59 with a lot. Very funny. Very funny. Like Woody said, get out. Who knows? She may be waiting for you at the park. Do you remember the Woody Allen scene? I think it was in Annie Hall. And, the Godfather, Michael Corleone's wife, can't remember her name, Diane Keaton, is helping Woody Allen meet girls. So he goes to the museum, and she's guiding him, and she says, over there, she looks wonderful. And Woody walks up to this lovely, you see her from the behind, lovely shapely woman. And he says something like, oh, a Kandinsky. I love how he brings out, I'm making it up, I love how he brings out the colors and all that. And she says something depressing, like, all I see is darkness and death. and he says, oh, well, he talks about the painting again, and then he says, "So, how about what are you doing Saturday night? Are you free? Maybe we could get together." And she speaks in this serious, pompous, "Oh, I can't make it. I'm killing myself on Saturday night." And he looks at her and he goes, "How about Friday night?" Brum, bum, bum. John Croson, I'm in my 60s, Catholic, and never married. We can go both to the Philippines, where age is just a number, and both meet young Catholic ladies and marry and make babies. I wouldn't mind. I would. The most important thing, John, if I'm ever blessed with having children, that I can give my children, partly because of my age, is their mother. So, you've got a 23-year-old? Oh, wow. Good for him. Silver singles. I love that, Woody. 6-year-old and 9-year-old. Oh, your husband died last year. I'm sorry. Her dog and her rabbit. I know, Alia. Don't mess it up. Don't mess it up. So you're saying I have a chance? DeSantis just got us new textbooks that point out oh my God, I'm not going to read that out loud. I'm not going to read that out loud. Not legal advice. 2 grandkids, 2 dogs, married 40 years. Wow. 40 years. You know what, Alia? I think the problem is love. If you can go through life without falling in love. Ah, 27-year-old. That's amazing. That used to be, in looking back, that used to be right around everybody it seemed I dated was 26, 27, 29. When I was younger and then when I was older. So not legal advice. I'm not ready to play it because my dog wants to go out. But Not Legal Advice put up a video yesterday that was about 13 minutes or 19 minutes. Let me see if I can find it. And maybe it's something everybody could watch. Sorrento update? He put one up an hour ago. Well, that's interesting. So I think that was the one I was talking about. I can't see the time. But he also just put up one. So I think they may help you on, particularly on the status of MMTLP. That's great, Rizard Lagotka. Okay, so oh, lucky boy. I think unless there's something compelling, Richard has great YouTube videos, bad jokes. The problem with Not Legal Advice's jokes is if you laugh at him, at the jokes, it just encourages him. I did see all of your dogs. My favorite dog this morning was Miller. What a great dog. I made it to 58 before I got slapped with a daughter, and a... You guys are all lucky. We'll get through it. I love that AMC is up. I don't trust it for 1 minute. But if it is gonna go, I wish all of you make a ton of money next week. A ton. And then you have to start listening to Lou because he got you in it. But let's see if Finger can go. So, if there's nothing else, I'm going to go walk my dog. As usual, I wish everyone peace. I wish everyone love. I wish everyone happiness. And I hope everyone can live to 96 years old like Tony Bennett. And not legal. I'm teasing him. I like his jokes. They're very clever. And by the way, my jokes are no better. In fact, my jokes are worse because I've only got 5 jokes and I say them over and over again. All right, everyone. I don't see any more comments. Let's see how your AMC is doing. Your AMC is 766, 80 million shares. That's very impressive. Yeah, Alia, being in good health and independent, surrounded by love, and not all your friends having died. I don't take jokes very seriously. All right, I'm gonna skedaddle, and I don't know when we'll get back together again. Probably, I'm guessing Ham will want to talk to y'all on Sunday night, but it might be Monday. And enjoy MC. It's almost $8. I really mean it. Congratulations. If you still have it. Don't despair if you're in Finger. I think Finger's going to have its chance over the next sort of 60 days, maybe 90 days, but I think it's going to be front loaded. I would expect next week, following week, third, the next 2 or 3 weeks. That's what I would expect in Finger, if it follows through on its momentum. Okay, so I'm going to just say good night, so long, farewell, ad vitas Zane, good night. Catch you guys later.